3, 2, and 1.
Okay. Calling the meeting to order at 6:34. This is the Joint City Council, Brisbane GVMID Financing Authority, and Guadalupe Valley Municipal Improvement District special meeting of June 29th, 2023. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Here.
Councilmember Lentz?
Here.
Councilmember Mackin?
Here.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Here,
And Mayor Davis.
Here.
just one comment. We're really echoey. Is there a reason that we're echoing so bad?
Perhaps we fixed it. Does that sound echoey still?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Let me check with our broadcaster. Hold on, please.
I mean, it's better than not being able to be heard, but.
Correct.
Mic check.
Hello, hello.
Better?
Better?
Mic
Not
check.
much. We're still, it's like we're picking up on multiple mics.
Mic check.
Should we just roll with it at the moment while they work on it?
Sure, that's fine with me.
Are you cool with that? Okay. We'll just continue and allow our tech people to fix it while we carry on with the meeting. We'll now move on to adoption of the agenda. I would like to request that new business item Q be moved up after consent so that they don't have to wait for our lively budget discussion. And then I would also like to close in memory of longtime resident Evangelina Delgadillo Macias, which is Chief Macias's mom. And does anyone else have any changes? Yes, Councilmember Cunningham?
I would also like, under new business, to move item S further up in the calendar and also pay our tributes to Walt Long. Thank you.
Walt Long, okay. Let me take a look at item S.
It's the storm drain cleaning contract and purchasing approval authority for the city manager, ma'am.
I'm just hoping that we can discuss that before people are asleep.
Okay,
Madam Mayor, I have also some, maybe we can just kind of resolve this.
okay.
I would also, I would like to continue the following items. Item I from consent. Maybe that has to wait until we get to consent. I would like to continue item M, master fees. And I would also continue item Q, just for consideration of the time required to get through this agenda tonight. So I would move those, continue those items, and then I would suggest starting with the public hearing items NOP, and then doing new business R and S, then old business K, which is continued budget workshop, and then item L is the public hearing about the budget.
Madam Mayor, I'm not quite sure what you mean by continue. Are you saying that not deal with those items tonight?
Correct.
I would respectfully request that you do deal with consent item I. I can respond to questions, I think, rather quickly.
Also, we have people
We
that
have
are
people here on queue.
for item Q. We have 3 people, I believe, who are here to do that.
Okay.
So they've already taken their time to come here. So I would just like to continue with item Q.
Then I would still request item M be pulled for another meeting.
Do we do that?
I mean, that does delay the implementation. We could go forward with what's recommended tonight, and if you want to revisit it in the fall, we can do that too. But that way, at least we're not pushing off the implementation, for those items that you would be in agreement with.
I just think it was worthy of more discussion, and we're not going to be able to do that tonight.
Sure, and I understand that. I'm just, if we don't deal with it tonight, then the increase, I believe the increase to 60 takes 60 days from the time you approve it. So that would delay it by 3 months.
Considerable amount of time.
Let's just see how long the meeting takes.
Yeah, I would
right?
like
If we get
to-
to that item and it's really late, then I agree. Move it to another meeting.
So let's, because you said a lot of things at once, so I want to make sure I understand your suggestions. So you want to move up
Items N,
O, and
and
P,
P,
and
because those are
R.
public hearing items. And then
Okay.
start with new business items R and S. And then go to old business items K and L.
N, O, and P.
And then you're suggesting actually covering tonight, so that's also a public hearing item. So if you wanted to cover that first with public hearing item, that would be public hearing MNOP. That would cover all the public hearing items.
Okay, so the order you're suggesting is N,
MNOP,
M. Okay,
MNOP,
N, O, P,
then new business R and S,
R, S,
then old business K and L.
and we're gonna do Q.
Oh, and we were
So it'd
going,
be Q. Q,
Yes.
M, N, O, P,
yes,
R, S, K, L.
there you go.
Let's hope my brain can
That's a lot.
remember all those
We'll
adjustments. Okay, is the rest of the council, so it sounds like we're gonna stick with all of the items. Yeah, nothing's, not suggesting pulling anything because staff would like those all to stay. Closing in memory of Walt Long. Where did your item
Okay, so
fall?
mine is new business item S. And I think because of the brevity of this item, we need to have a discussion so people understand exactly what that is. And if that's heard at 11 o'clock at night, everyone's going to be asleep. And it's the basically last item. That's why I wanted to pull it up so we can get people while they're still awake. I think it's that important.
Okay, so I will suggest Q, then S, then M, then N, then O, then P, then R, then then R, then K, then L.
Just to be confusing.
Okay. Anyone else?
Everybody okay?
Okay, so, do
You want
I
a
need a
motion?
motion to adopt those changes? Okay, I will make the motion because I have all of these in front of me. So we're gonna make the motion to do the agenda in order of Q, S, M, N, O, P, R, K, and then L. You have a second? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz,
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin,
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell,
Aye.
and Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay, so new business item Q, consider adoption of a resolution granting consent to the city of Burlingame to form the San Francisco Peninsula Tourism Marketing District to include the city of
Madam Mayor,
Brisbane.
you want to do consent?
Oh,
um,
I just
Oral
want to read it.
communications and
Oral
consent.
communications number 1. Do I have anyone wishing to speak at this time? No one? Okay.
No, Madam Mayor.
Consent. All the items are still remaining. Do I have a motion for items B through J?
So moved.
I thought that Councilmember Mackin want to remove item I.
Yes, but we are not doing that.
Well,
Well, you can remove it for discussion.
For discussion, for sure.
Okay, so do I have B through H and J?
So moved.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz,
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin,
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell,
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay, and Clay, would you like to speak to item I?
Yeah, item I is really an item, there was two reclassifications that I've moved forward with in my recommendation for the budget. One was the communications manager to the assistant to the city manager. To more accurately reflect the array of duties that she has at this point. And then to make the HR administrator and HR director. That's reflective of the work that she does. She is the number one human resources person in our organization, and it's consistent with what other cities in the county do in terms of duties and responsibilities. We've had a pretty significant change, as you know, at the beginning of the year in terms of the way the administrative side of the house was structured in losing our assistant city manager. And that has placed added responsibilities onto some of the senior level staff. So I think this is both consistent with practices throughout the county and is really in particular point in time a fairness issue. What you're doing with the consent item is adopting the job description. That doesn't, there's a step of implementation which I would take on administrative level to place the person.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
My apologies. What you're being asked to do right now is to adopt the job description for that position. And then subsequent to that, I take the step of actually appointing the person into that subject to the budget control.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question? Clay, could you clarify, is the master pay schedule reflecting in the budget establishing these positions?
Yes,
So it's including amended pay for those positions?
correct.
So we're just establishing the classifications because we've not approved the budget, so it seems a little awkward to be approving positions before we even approve the allocation of the funding.
Yes and no. I understand because it's all on the agenda tonight,
Right.
but we do classification changes, bring those to you throughout the year as required. You don't see the assistant to the city manager on the agenda because we already have an assistant to the city manager classification that was adopted many years ago. So only when we have new or revised job descriptions do we bring those forward for adoption by the council.
So these are just amending the job descriptions and the master pay schedule, not making any actual changes.
At the moment, yeah. I mean, it is I don't want to mislead anybody. It is my intention to promote the human resources administrator into the human resources director position because that's the level that she's working at and it's consistent with other people in the county that do that work.
So we are actually making,
You're taking the steps for me to make that decision.
I see, I would prefer that we do that after we talk about the budget. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion.
Madam Mayor, if I may chime in here, Michael Roush, Special Legal Counsel. What you're doing on this second item is simply establishing what the pay range would be for these two classifications, simply establishing what those ranges would be. And that is subject, of course, to council later action with the budget and subject to the appointment of the position. All this does is say, with these particular classifications, the salary range will be whatever it will be under this resolution. And then obviously the money has to be in the budget for it. And the city manager has to make the decision to appoint a person to either of these classifications, whether it's the human resources director or the corporal classification within the police department. If that helps.
That helps, thank you.
What's the
But
council's
that-
pleasure?
But that would be, that decision would be solely on the city manager. That would not come back because that's a personnel issue. And so that would not come back to the council for
Exactly,
further discussion.
which was my
And then-
objection.
You know, my question on this is that, you know, they've put in a range of pay per hour for both these positions, but are they going to be coming in at the top salary level?
No. I don't believe so. That's
Because
something
they
I'd
have
have to
a-
review. It depends. So is a function of where they're currently at in their current position. And so the idea is at this point is to bring them over. This will give them more, I think, growth opportunity in terms of salary in the future. But that's not the purpose right now as much as it is just to recognize the work that they're doing and having them properly classified.
I have no
It's a big
objections to
increase.
that. Because that's something we've done before. You've come before, I mean,
We
we've
did
done
that
it
in
lots
Park
of
and
times.
Rec.
Yeah, I mean,
right? So,
right.
I don't see anything new here, so.
Yeah,
just
I
move
agree.
forward with,
I think the only thing that's new is probably the timing.
it's-
Yeah.
you know.
Sure.
And so that's on me. I probably should have brought the job description to you earlier in the year. But wanted to get this in place now as we're moving forward for the last part of the year. And I think also the other thing in just the layout, kind of, you know, how we got from where we were to where we are is I don't think I truly appreciated the impact on the organization and on the employees with the change away from having an assistant city manager. I didn't really appreciate that until we kind of got into it and the months started rolling in. And so it's been a pretty significant impact from my perspective. And that has really fallen on the people who report to me to, you know, take on more and more responsibilities.
Right. I have no objections to moving forward with item I.
All right, I'll make a motion then to adopt resolutions to establish the classifications of human resources director and police corporal and amend the master pay schedule.
Second.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz,
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin,
No,
Councilmember O'Connell,
Aye.
and Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay. Now we will move on to item Q. Consider adoption of a resolution granting consent to the city of Burlingame to form the San Francisco Peninsula Tourism Marketing District to include the city of Brisbane. We have Mitch Bull here this evening.
Honorable Mayor and council members, we have in front of us a request to adopt a resolution granting consent to the city of Burlingame to form the San Francisco Peninsula Tourism Marketing District, SFPTMD, to include the city of Brisbane. So here with us tonight, we also have John Hutar, who is the CEO and president of the district to be formed, Chris Moganen, who is the GM of the Homewood Suites. And then on Zoom, we also have Gustavo de Almeida, who is the GM of the Doubletree, and Emily Brown from SF Peninsula. So the purpose is to modernize what we all know of the Convention and Visitors Bureau of San Mateo County. And a new entity would be administered through the city of Burlingame handling their finances, but it will be run by Mr. Hutar and his staff, and will be San Francisco Peninsula Marketing and Tourism District. And all of the cities that have properties that do hotels, motels, rentals, et cetera, have agreed to form this district. The cost to each city is zero. The individual properties are taxed on this, and then the funds are allocated through Burlingame's administration, which they take 1%, and the district is run that way to promote tourism and give a better idea to local entities and the nation of what San Mateo County, which is now San Francisco Peninsula, is different than Silicon Valley, San Francisco. So it's a way for us to try to promote our businesses, our hotels, our motels, our tourism in a different way than we've done in the past. Okay? So this is just a resolution that grants Burlingame the right to add us to the district, which is being formed.
Are you done?
I'm good.
Okay.
Any questions?
I just also want to highlight and want to confirm again with you that both of our hotels are in favor and are here to
Yes.
support. They see this as being an important program that will benefit their properties and the city as a whole. So there's,
Yes,
wanna
they're
confirm they're
both
fine
here,
from-
one online and one in person. And, all the cities in the county that have hotels have signed up for this. So, it's our recommendation that we agree to this and join the project.
with that, I'll take any council questions.
I don't have any questions. I think it's a good program, though.
Okay.
Just
Councilmember?
Mitch, in the listings in the back
Yeah.
of what we got in the staff report, there is literally just one hotel listed. So I would just ask that they amend that because there
Okay.
should be two,
Yeah, it should be two.
one address.
Okay, yeah, it should be two. It should be the Homewood Suites and the DoubleTree. Okay,
What page is that?
It is 372.
oh, that's in the marketing thing from SF Peninsula.
Oh, wait, I found DoubleTree. Okay, so they're listed by that.
Okay,
Okay, DoubleTree's listed on 371.
Okay.
So I take it back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else with questions?
No questions?
If this is a voluntary program between the hotels and the tourism bureau, why is Brisbane involved?
because this is the resolution to set up the district. So since City of Burlingame is administering the funding through the collections from the hotels, they want to be sure that each city is involved in approving the district in that city for their properties.
Okay,
But there's no cost to us as a city.
okay. And any future hotels would be required to be paying this fund?
I think they have a choice to join or not, but I think it's in their best interest to join a tourism bureau that's trying to promote their businesses. I mean, any future hotel in Sierra Point, they would have the option not to join, but they would,
So a future business can opt out?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And any businesses who do join have some say in how that money is spent?
They do. It's all under their board. They would serve on the board of directors of SF Peninsula to approve items.
John, do you want to add to that? Just come up to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem O'Connell, members of council. I'm John Huchar, the president and CEO of the San Francisco Peninsula. You know our organization as the San Mateo County Silicon Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau that's been in existence since 1971. And In 2001, a district was formed, and when the hotel, the current DoubleTree, which back in those days was a Radisson, upon its opening, Brisbane joined the district and the Homewood came on. That district is based on the 1989 Highways Act that allows the assessment fee, which is to be passed on to the overnight guest. That was groundbreaking legislation at the time. San Mateo County, our district, was the fourth district in California, which means it was the fourth in the United States. We are now at over 200 nationwide, close to 100 within California. That district requires an annual renewal, which has been done faithfully and successfully for the past 22 years. There is more contemporary legislation, affectionately known as the 94 Act, that allows districts to run for a longer cycle, and we are seeking a 5-year term. It could go up to 10 in the future. And what that allows is our programming to be forward-looking and less time spent on the administration, which takes about 2 months to go through the renewal process. So because we are migrating from an old annual renewal model to a new, in this case, 5-year cycle, there's a lot of heavy lifting. I am visiting all of the city councils up and down the peninsula in San Mateo County. Your home here is beautiful, by the way. So that's why this is coming before you and maybe a bit foreign, because in the background, it has been happening, the renewal has been happening for the past 22 years. To make a correction, to be honest and transparent, future hotels that come into Brisbane would automatically become members of the district. So we have 100% of the population represented tonight. If a property were to open between now and 5 years, that property becomes a member. Generally, the brands welcome this. They view it as an additional marketing arm. So I just wanted to be honest about that.
And that's because the district is established in the place that
Correct.
they are opening, therefore they have to be part of the district.
Correct. And conversely, we had several hotels in San Mateo County that exited through Project Home Key that the county bought for purposes of housing homeless individuals. Then they leave the district because there are no longer hotels for receiving regular paying guests.
Right.
So it goes both ways.
So this program overall, what is their gross anticipated in a year?
So the paying guest, the overnight guest at a large hotel like the DoubleTree with more than 5,000 square feet of function space, the assessment is 1.5%. So on a $100 rate, $1.50. We have 18 of those in the county. Everyone else is assessed at 0.75 on a $100 rate, 75 cents. That aggregate is a number somewhere in the 9 to 10 million range. It has been hard to guesstimate with all this fluctuation due to COVID. We have put forth a number of initiatives that Mr. De Almeida represents Brisbane on our board, that our board has been prioritizing. In quick summary, we wish to enter events that generate room nights that we have not had budget to do. Those could be something, for example, a 10K race, some kind of sporting event, some kind of music event, and it be driven, the guiding principle be that it generate overnight room stays. not pancake breakfast, nothing wrong with pancakes. There is a lot of budget allocated to digital and traditional marketing, which we've had a minimal amount of ability to do. It was startling to learn late last year, which was the impetus for our board to take this step, for the peninsula to enjoy overflow from San Francisco. Conventions booked into Moscone Center need to be at about 1 million rooms per year for us to get overflow room nights here. Through 2030, which is as far as they are forecasting, they will be between 400 and 600,000 room nights. So a big 40 to 60% down from where they were pre-COVID. So that cadence of 40 weeks a year of automatic business coming south from the north won't exist. It's down to a handful of weeks. And we learned during COVID that people appreciate our beauty. Compared to San Jose, compared to San Francisco, San Mateo County still did poorly during COVID, but did the best regionally because visitors appreciated the outdoors, appreciated the fact that we have 72% open space, that we have a beautiful bay trail, we have a beautiful coast.
Thank you.
And there are 20 detailed initiatives there that are being prioritized, but I wanted to give you a high-level overview.
Any other questions?
I have none.
Okay, I'm going to, thank you. I'll let you know if you have additional questions.
You know, I had a question. So,
Okay.
so you talked about the
She said she didn't.
like marketing of events, right? And so how would someone from the community or from the city, how do we like get that information to you? And then how does that whole process work to, you know, to put out the word, right? Yeah.
So two ways. We have our board members that are located throughout the district. In this case, Mr. De Almeida from the Doubletree. We have a productive relationship with each city's Chamber of Commerce, with cities who have an economic director. There is communication. So those would be the primary.
Okay, so get the information to economic development director, chamber, and then they would then contact your organization to then market it through
Correct.
a larger audience. Okay.
Are there specific sizes of event? Like I'm assuming there's a certain kind of event that you're trying to market. It's one that's going to create overnight stays. So I presume that it has to meet certain qualifications in order for it to be something that you would try to advertise.
So, yes, and we have a sales staff that is well plugged in to find conventions that works the international market. We run campaigns on digital platforms like Expedia to generate those overnight stays. We have a calendar of topics that we amplify through social media. That calendar is 12 months in advance. We communicate through the cities, again, the economic directors, the Chamber of Commerce staff to get us that content. And we promote it then through our channels. We work very closely with Visit California, which is the umbrella agency for the state of California, and amplify that way. So it could be a 4th of July celebration. It could be we're heavy into promoting farmers markets and the U-Pick Farms co-side and all the fresh produce that's grown in San Mateo County. So it comes at all levels. It could be something very innocuous and simple that is happening in a community that a visitor might find interesting. through up to and including our sales staff booking large conventions for hotels.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? So we'll go ahead and open it up for, we're gonna open the public hearing. Can I get we're gonna open the public hearing and then,
Madam Mayor, it's a new business item for Q.
yeah, it says open public hearing under the item for me on this agenda, so.
I'm sorry, we won't need to.
That's a typo. So do I have public comment?
No, Madam Mayor, they're not.
Okay, council discussion?
No brainer.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it's a great idea.
All right, I make a motion to adopt a resolution granting consent to the city of Burlingame to form the San Francisco Peninsula Tourism Marketing District and to include the city of Brisbane in the district.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
And Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay, we will move on to item S now,
Thanks, Mitch.
which,
I'm ready, Mayor, if you are. It's a storm drain project.
yes. Consider authorizing city manager to sign a storm drain cleaning contract. And Brandy, take it away.
Yes, ma'am. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, good evening. This is the slowest I'm probably going to talk to you all evening. I do have 10 items that are on the agenda. Can you hear me? Can you not hear me, ma'am?
You're a little
Okay.
foggy.
Oh, thank you. I have 10 items on the agenda, and unfortunately, they all require your action this evening, and that does not include the budget items that I have to go through as well. So I am going to try to give very concise staff reports for you, and of course, I'll be happy to take any questions. So this item, as the mayor indicated, is about giving procurement authority to the city manager in excess of what he presently has in the Muni Code during your summer recess. And the reason we're asking for that is we have a storm drain cleaning project as a result of the New Year's Eve storms. We think it's going to be a $1.7 million project, but we're under two timelines. One, we have to get this project done before another storm comes in, and we're all praying that we don't have a bomb cyclone like we did last year. But if we do, we're going to flood Lower Brisbane, and we're going to flood Crocker Industrial Park. So I need to get this done. The other timeline that we have up against us is the deadlines from the federal authorities where we're hoping to get reimbursement, particularly FEMA. In fact, I'm already having to get an extension just to get this project done. So the intention is to finish these plans and specs, to put it out to bid and receive bids while you're on recess. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
Council questions?
So this 1.7 million is not in our budget. This is going to be borrowing from reserves of some sort
That is correct.
and then hoping that we get reimbursement from federal, state government authorities.
That is correct, ma'am. It's anticipated to be afloat.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay. I will now open the public hearing. And is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
There's no public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Can I get a first and a second to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
And Mayor Davis.
Aye. Council discussion, do you want to kick it off, Councilmember Cunningham?
I do. So I just really want to push this really hard to the general public so they understand. I know in the blast, probably last week, we sent out the photographs of what the drains actually look like. But again, we're not always looking at every piece of information that comes across our desk. We're not always listening to everything that is said. But from Mariposa down, all through this area, out through Valley Drive, where we flooded and had these mud debris during that storm, all of those drains are 50% full of gravel and rocks. And if we don't do this and we have another catastrophic storm, we could end up with your neighbor's sewerage in your backyard. We could flood the entire town. And I think we need people to really understand how important this is, even though we've got a $1.7 million estimate that could certainly go much higher, I'm assuming, Randy.
It's an estimate, ma'am, so you're right. It could
Yeah.
go up or down.
But it is that important to the health and safety of every single person, every property, and every business in this town. I feel very strongly about it. And as much as I hate the idea that we have to go to reserves to do this, I think we have to do it. And there's nothing more important to me than the health and safety of our community.
Anyone have questions? No? Okay. Council discussion, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to authorize city manager to sign a storm drain cleaning contract.
Before you go on, I would like to make a comment. I think it's important to echo what Councilmember Cunningham said, that
Yeah.
1.7 is an estimate, and this could go much higher, but we really have to address this. This is a storm that they're calling that was epic, and we could have another epic one in January, and if we don't get those storm drains cleaned out, we're going to have an epic flood, which we don't want to have. So thank you.
Thankfully, there are multiple avenues by which we can seek reimbursement. Does staff feel fairly confident that we might get something from somewhere?
Yes, I do, ma'am. That's why we've approached 3 different entities for it.
Right.
Yes.
So we have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
And Mayor Davis.
Aye. We will now move on to item M. Consider adoption of a resolution adopting a master fee schedule. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, we brought before you a proposed list of existing fees and a few new fees that we're proposing to add. Every year, the city is allowed to review a specific index, which is the San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward, California Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, for all items less energy, looking for the past 12 months over December and taking up to that CPI increase and making it available to increase our master fees. We do consider the cost for some of the fees that are included, also looking at other agencies for certain of the fees to make sure we're in line. And most of all, we have to look at the cost to make sure that we're not charging more than the program or the service actually costs. So in the essence of time, attached is your proposed fee schedule, and we'll take questions if you'd like.
Did you want to go first? Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Carolina, if you could please, why is this tied to the consumer price index? In that, I can understand we want to be fair and on parity on development projects, permits, and so on, but we also have things that seem a little more discretionary, such as Parks and Rec fees and some of those why is that tied to the consumer price index?
This is something that was agreed upon back in 2002 when the ordinance was put in place, that was the index that was going to be used in order to determine what the fee increases could be.
Well, because I'm just thinking if we have a pool, which needs a new water heater, 2 new water heaters, and if we have areas of the pool or Mission Blue or the old library or some of the fields that need refurbishing, if we're tied to that CPI, we may not be collecting enough to actually maintain these in good order.
The CPI is the guide, but we do have the discretion that as long as we're not charging more than the cost of the service, we could charge somewhat more. With some of the examples that we had, we actually did include some 10% and 15% as opposed to the 4% that was allowed by the CPI to address the issues of to put us in parity with the service and also with agencies around.
It would be helpful to me if I could see on some of these, for instance, what the overall maintenance cost is as opposed to how much the fees are actually covering that. And instead, I don't have anything to go by here. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to pull this, because I don't like the idea of changing the fees and then this fall going, whoops, we're going to change it again.
We haven't done a fee cost study for several years, and that could be done at a future time, but that would be separate from what this process is, which is just setting the fees based off of the annual review of the fees.
And so again, how soon could that be done?
Again, it would depend on the council at your pleasure, but then there's a cost to that. So we would have to consider that as part of a budget item as well.
I think if there's a desire to do that, and we have done it in the past, but it has been some number of years, we could come back with some cost estimates for you, for a consultant to come in and do that study. There's a number of legalities that you have to go through in terms of identifying cost and what your fee structure can legally be set at. So we could do that, but it would be a consultant contract to go through that process. And as I recall, when we've done it in the past, it's a fairly extensive amount of work, both for the consultant and for city staff, but worthwhile to go through and see where we're at in terms of the appropriate fee structures.
Well, we still do not have full assessments of Mission Blue, the old library. We, as of yet, don't have money for those 2 heat pump water heaters for the pool.
Yeah.
And there may be other deferred maintenance that we have because of COVID. And I'm just saying, the residents of Brisbane, I think they expect the highest quality facilities, and we don't want to let them go into demise by just pushing this down the road. And so I would like to just highlight that I think this needs attention. Even the disparity between resident and non-resident fees is so small that I'm not sure we're capturing our true costs in here.
How often do we do this type of fee analysis?
I'm drawing a blank in terms of the last time we did it. It's been some number of years.
Before I was here.
So we could research that for you.
Because I could see.
We have done it over
I could
the
see
years.
doing it now, right? But then, doing some type of remodeling to the old library to make that a possible rentable space, or making the improvements that have been suggested for a number of years to Mission Blue. And then I would assume, with certain enhancements, that you would charge more because of, you're making it a more desirable place to rent. So can you just up the price based on the enhancements that are made, or would you need to conduct another full analysis.
I think I would want to, I totally appreciate what you're all talking about, and I think it's a worthy endeavor. I would want to sit down with our legal staff and just totally understand, what our limitations are, and also look at the marketplace in terms of what consultants will do for you and what the sort of cost structure is around that. I think it's very worthy thing to consider and to pursue, and I certainly understand what you're all saying in terms of the needs, and we hear that from the community on a number of things. So I think it'd be a worthwhile thing to move forward with, and we can at least bring back kind of an initial take for you in the fall, and kind of frame the issue for you.
Yeah. So I think it's, well, we're not getting into discussion yet. Is there anyone else that has questions?
I just have a quick question about the fees that we charge for Mission Blue and the pool. This keeps coming up in various conversations, and I've even heard it from staff and community members that, somebody who lives in Brisbane rents the community park for their friends who live in San Jose. So from my perspective, I think we need to up those rates and just have that one rate, because if we're having this extra paperwork to do these things and then, everybody's renting it for their out-of-town friends, we may as well just have one fee. So that's something I've been thinking about.
So before you go further, I believe, I'm going to ask Noreen maybe to step in, because I believe Parks and Recreation Commission did look at the fee structure not too long ago.
They did.
It's
They
on their
talked about
site.
it in 2 meetings this spring, but not specifically to your point, Karen, and having just one rate for residents and non-residents.
Well, if residents are renting for their out-of-town friends, why are we doing this? It's extra work and we're losing money.
So I have a question. We raised a lot of the fees by 4%. Didn't most of our staff get a 6% raise with the contracts?
The 6% starts July of 2024. So the first 2 years were 3% mid-year, and then 6% and a 6%. You gotta look at Abby. She's shaking.
But that is not a 4% over the year. It's accumulative.
Well, yeah.
So just for any fees that are related with a staff labor cost built into it, it is the increase that we use. If there's a labor factor that we use as not necessarily the CPI, because it's the true cost of that component. And then we can also come back as the pay rates increase during the year.
So you're saying that the park and rec fees that are labor intensive are covering, they're not?
No, I'm talking, there are specific rates that are listed that are specifically tied to a labor cost as opposed to the CPI component. And they're highlighted on the basis column reflecting that.
Okay, but I'm thinking, a lot of the park and rec fees where they're labor intensive, and, we have not really been able to see what programs are being subsidized and what programs are paying their own way. And I think that's something that we really need to look at, and see where the community benefit is coming from and who is it going to. And I think that that's something that I would be interested in seeing. And I know that in our current budget, we don't have a lot of money for studies and consultants and figuring out what things cost and what revenue they may bring in or what revenue they may decrease. But to me, it's really important to know that programs are covering themselves instead of just being not even sure the correct word without being called a hater.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I would just like to add one thing. Many of our facilities are aging, and there's a certain amount of maintenance involved in keeping them up. It's not just a matter of renting them out and saying that handles the cleaning and it handles minor repairs. Additionally, there's been a lot of discussion in Brisbane about adding more facilities.
Yes.
Where does the money come from to maintain those? And if we don't have a mechanism to make them self-sustainable, we're taking it from the reserves. And we can't do that as a long-term basis. We've got to make ourselves sustainable. So we need to get a grip on whether these fees are covering. How many people have fees waived? Are we really covering the true costs, or are we constantly pulling it out of the general fund and out of reserves to balance the budget? So we need to know, even if it costs a consultant fee. Otherwise, we're operating in the dark.
Okay, well, that's a conversation for the future because we're just looking at this right now. But I think that it sounds like we're in agreement that there needs to be some evaluation. But in terms of, adopting what's before us, that's what we should discuss. Does anyone have council questions before I open the public hearing?
Yeah, I do. So, what you've laid out, Carolina, makes sense to me. So we have this CPI, and that's just what the council adopted, and we're just following those guidelines given by the council back in the day, right?
Yes.
But when you look at what we charge, it might not be reflective of what other cities might be charging, in regards to comparisons, right? And but that would be something that would be, I think, helpful to kind of understand. We don't have to be the highest, and we shouldn't be the lowest. For a little bit lower, and our budget, can provide, then that seems to make sense, right? That adds benefit to our community. Folks can save a little bit of money, right? And, in doing services in town, right? Because that's what we want people to do, right? We want people to engage, right? In these services and activities, make the city a great place to live. So when could we get some kind of analysis like that? Like sometime the end of the year, or?
Oh, very good.
I think what we need to do, and I appreciate the question, and we want to get you the answer. I just don't think we're prepared tonight to tell you
I
just
know
how
that.
fast we're going to put this together. But we'll definitely get back to you by the fall, by September, and lay out the steps we need to take, what we think it's going to cost, and what the product will look like.
I think that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Any other questions? Okay, so I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time?
No member of the public wishes to make public comment, Madam Mayor. Oh, I have one raised hand from Michelle Salmon.
Okay. Michelle, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to say that it is really important that we look at what the costs are and try and distribute them more evenly. We spend a tremendous amount of resources on basically childcare and in the city of Brisbane, and we subsidize that at a high rate. If you had to pay for childcare, it's like $25 an hour, and the average recreational program costs less than $3.50 an hour. So, I mean, I think it's good that we educate children and take care of children and help, but we also need to have a balance here, and parents need to realize that they are, getting a tremendous value and subsidy there. And, also Karen, I know you said that, people rent the park for their friends, but is that really true? I mean, do we have facts? Is that fact-based or is that gossip-based? Because I would hate to have us have a different rate, not have the same rate for everybody, except, I think the people who live here should get a better rate. and I certainly appreciate it at the pool, and some preferential treatment. So I'm glad that you're looking more closely at the budget. We are not made of money. We have a lot of infrastructure that needs repair. I mean, my God, the storm drains, all of that. So I really appreciate the work the council is doing in drilling down into the details in your budget and not just rubber stamping everything. Thank you for the hard work that you do. And thank the city for the hard work that they do as well.
Thank you.
We have a raised hand from Michael.
Okay, go ahead, Michael. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Barnes. I'm a Brisbane resident. As far as the fees go, I don't think you're going to be able to raise fees high enough to cover your capital costs for the millions of dollars of improvements you're looking at in these facilities. I think there's like a $2.2 million field estimate for improving one of the fields, and I don't think people are going to actually rent the fields if they have to pay those capital costs. I think you can look at the swimming pool as a great example. Your operating costs there in this year's budget is $600,000. I'm guessing you may not even get 1/5 of that in user fees. If you tried to cover the cost of the pool, you'd have to raise all the fees by 5-fold. I think people would stop using your pool. And then again, you've got the $1.7 million for the heating that you want to spend on the pool as well. I don't think you can raise fees high enough to cover that sort of capital improvement. So just bear in mind, user fees probably are not going to cover your capital improvement costs. Thank you.
Can I get a clarification from staff? We don't have a $1.7 million heating project, do we? For the pool?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
What are you talking about? They don't have a, what are you talking about?
Okay, Michael, I believe you are done speaking, so I'm going to see if there's anyone else wishing to speak at this time before you speak again. Is there anyone?
Michael Roush, our legal counsel.
Madam Mayor and Council, with respect to capital facilities, those are handled.
Hold on, Michelle, you're not muted. Hold on.
The attendee should be muted.
Okay. Continue, Michael Roush.
Thank you, Mayor. Capital facilities, those types of expenses are handled in a different way than the kind of fees for services and programs. The staff in fact undertook a capital facilities study with respect to park and recreation and open space issues, and that, along with a number of other fee studies that the city has undertaken, will be coming back to the council probably this fall or early next year. So those kinds of expenses or those kinds of fees are handled in a different way than your fees for the use of different city facilities and things of that nature. So it's not as if people will have to pay that people will have to pay for the improvements per se to a swimming pool, for example. That typically is handled in a different way, and those fees are different than what's before you under the master fee schedule.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time? I'm unsure if Michael's hand is a new hand or is it a continual? It's continued to be raised from the initial comment.
Michael, would you like to make another comment?
Yeah, I guess I'm confused. I thought that the $200,000 that David Canepa offered the city and recommended a pump track, I thought that money then went to a heating project for the pool, electrification, heating of the pool. And I thought the total cost of that project was $1.7 million. Am I mistaken?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Can I get a first and a second to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz,
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell,
Aye.
and Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay, we will now move on to council discussion. Is there anyone who would like to start us off?
Yeah, I'll start. I thought we gave staff pretty good direction for the future.
Yes.
And so, like you said, Madison, this is what's before us. 4% increase, that's what we, as a council in the past, agreed to. So I think we should move forward with that direction.
Is that a motion?
That would be a motion, yes.
Okay. Anyone else like to make a comment?
I would just say that in the future, reviewing this, maybe we want to review the policy from 2002 about using the CPI. I'm not saying we should change it, but I think we need to maybe consider that and whether that's still appropriate.
I agree. And staff will have time to confer with legal to figure out what's within our realm of authority. So do I have a second to,
I'll second that.
okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz,
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin,
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell,
Aye.
and Mayor Davis.
Okay, so we will now move on to item N, City of Brisbane Local Stormwater Program Fees.
Yes, Madam Mayor, good evening. And if I may, I'd like to back up and clarify what the water source heat pump total contract is. So when we brought that to council back on May 18th and we requested that you direct the city manager to ask for $200,000 of Measure K money from Supervisor Canepa's discretionary fund, the total project is $1.7 million. But out of that, we were talking about $118,000 from our general fund, $375,000 from the California Energy Commission, $200,000 from Measure K, $285,000 from a PG&E Energy Efficiency Incentive Program, and then a total of over almost $800,000 from Peninsula Clean Energy. So I hope that clarification helps everyone.
That does. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Randy, can you send that breakdown, or do I have that here somewhere? Did I miss that?
It was in the May 18th package, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I move on to stormwater fees now?
Yes.
So perhaps I could make some observations here that'll help you move this along. So imposing the stormwater program fees is something that's required as a result of federal law and the state law that took onto it. It started shortly before I came here. We've done this. This is the 22nd time I've done this. We have never had anyone show up for the public hearing. We've never had anyone write in and oppose the fees that are being imposed because they're pretty de minimis. In parallel with that, I think if you look at the staff report, you see that this program is significantly funded from the general fund. So if the council were interested in taking my suggestion, I would suggest that you move forward with the public hearing, you impose the fees, and then you have a conversation about whether or not you want to direct staff to look at coming up with some other program, such as that you could do under SB 231 that Mr. Hertzberg did a couple of years ago, to try and get this set up so that this program, this cost center, is more self-funding. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions if I was too short on the staff report.
Okay. Any council questions?
Mine's more discussion, so I'll wait.
I do have a quick question. So, hey, Randy, so I'm sorry for not understanding, but I thought that what you were proposing was just that instead of us paying, that then we apply this to property owners and then it comes out of their property collection. So
We end up with a shortfall of $400,000, sir. which comes out of the general fund. to
Comes out
support
of
the
the general
program.
fund,
Yes, sir.
okay. But potentially in the future, maybe capturing some of those costs could be more applied to individual properties.
Council were direct us to look at increasing the fees. We would most likely have to do some sort of Proposition 218 measure, but staff would take that on. But it's just a question of whether that would be guidance from you to bring back to you at a future meeting.
Okay, and that could be potential guidance from us tonight.
Absolutely. We take guidance all the time. Yes, sir. I wouldn't ask you to take action on something that wasn't listed on the agenda, but you could certainly give us guidance and direction.
Give you guidance, okay. I'm sure we're quite capable of doing that. So, all right, thank you.
Sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did notice that San Mateo, who experienced some significant flooding in January, has talked about placing an $8 a month stormwater fee on their property taxes. And I think that it would be prudent for us to take your suggestion and look into this, because that's quite a difference.
Yeah, I agree, ma'am. And I have seen many cities do it where they do it as combined, both storm drain, so you can do the capacity of the system, and so you can do it for the water quality, which is what the NIPD's item focuses on.
Mm-hmm. And you probably anticipate that the federal guidelines are going to become even more stringent as we go forward.
Yes, ma'am. Every time the municipal regional permit gets revised, we're on MRP version 3.0 right now. It's just, we have to spend more and more money.
And one question I had for you is, what is the significance of copper controls, copper algicides? Does copper promote algae growth?
No, copper is, it's a metal, so that when it gets out into the water, it gets into the fatty portions of long-lived fish, and so it becomes a hazard to people who would consume those fish.
And yet we've got all that copper plumbing.
Yes, ma'am, but that doesn't leach and get it, because that's in a solid state. It hasn't been leached and bleached and become soluble in the water, so that doesn't harm you.
Okay. And what
And actually mostly, and I'm sorry, but it's mostly also the cleaning process that they use on it to it. I don't remember if it's an acid or a base, but they use a very, very strong cleaning product on it too. So all of that creates issues. And so it's been copper, it's been products that were in brake pads and such that we're really trying to avoid.
Okay. And you said the city will investigate opportunities for green infrastructure installations to meet our portion of San Mateo County's mercury reduction goals. Could you just briefly explain the connection there?
Sure. So what the green infrastructure does is when you have mercury that's in runoff, and it is in runoff, it's from various different sources that occur on the street. So it gets into the areas, and we've built a couple of green infrastructure. You probably have seen them right across the street from the elementary school. Mm-hmm. You've seen one on BES, kind of near where the hydrant park is. Not BES, I'm sorry, Visitation, near where the hydrant park is. And then there's some farther up the road before Visitation changes into San Benito. And what they do is, as the water goes in there, there's a natural cleaning process where the selected materials and such help clean that water before it gets into our storm drain system.
So our main problem is the runoff on those non-pervious surfaces.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other?
No questions, just comments.
Okay.
Mayor, would you consider doing the public hearing now, opening it?
Yes. I'll now go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time?
Madam Mayor, I have not received any correspondences, and I see no hands raised.
Okay. Can I get a first and a second to close the public hearing?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz?
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Aye.
And Mayor Davis?
Aye. Okay, I know you have comments, so I'll let you start off.
The underfunding of the stormwater prevention program has been an issue for decades. When I was on CCAG many years ago, we were discussing how we could address the underfunding. It never was able to be addressed in a cohesive manner from the county.
Right.
Different cities had done their own Prop 218 remedies so that they wouldn't be removing funds from general fund. And some of those were received better than others. Most cities didn't want to take the chance of doing a countywide assessment for fear that it would fail, being so big and having so much publicity on it, and people deeming it not being necessary, which we all know that it is necessary and it's a requirement. But it has been something that's been plaguing, the local and county governments for many years. And I do think that we should give guidance to staff to look at a way, especially for large paved impermeable projects and land masses, so that we get a true runoff assessment for those land masses that are really adding to the fees and to the pollution that they're trying to disencourage. So, especially out at the Baylands, there's areas that are paved, and typically paved parking lots would pay more than greenscape, because greenscape's going to allow the stormwater to permeate instead of running off. And so I do think we need to look at a way to get some funding so that we're not pulling $500,000 out every year or more from the general fund to, mitigate damage from runoff of paved surfaces. That's my 2 cents.
May I
Okay,
have a question?
yes.
So when we look, for example, at all of the very old paved parking lots on Valley Drive, on the east side of Valley Drive, I'll just use that as an example.
Okay.
Because we know it so well. Do these older, and I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Are these old parking lots contributing more pollution than a newer parking lot? And if so, that's an area I think we should look at.
Ma'am, I think if anything, I would say it's the reverse. I would think if anything that the newer parking lots, depending on how fresh they are, just as a road you drive down, you see that sheen of oil that's on our streets and why it's so dangerous when you have the first rain of the year comes up. There's more of that in a newer pavement structure than there would be in an older one. So I think the older ones probably are not contributing more.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
But still, the issue is a lot of time what's being deposited on that pavement. So you could have a concrete that's impermeable, and
Exactly.
anything that lands on it is going to wash off when it rains,
Like motor oil.
like motor oil or whatever, brake rotor dust, is going to sit there until it gets washed off, and then it has the same problem as if it was leaching through. They do have newer permeable pavement that changes how stormwater processes it. I still don't think it's not perfect, and that's why you try to keep as much green and open space as you can so that you don't have as much of that chemical runoff.
Any other comments?
Well, I think what's before us is, just being in compliance with the permit, right? So, the fiscal impacts are here. We do collect some money, but we're still in that shortfall of 408,000. It is what it is. So,
We can adopt the
yeah,
resolution and
I
then,
would, I can make the motion to adopt the resolution. And then, but I think we as a body, I think giving guidance, I think it was guidance was the word.
Yes.
It was a different one.
direction.
Direction, right, to explore being able to capture some of these costs from property owners.
So I heard clearly from 3 out of the 5 of you that you wanted staff to do that. I will take that on.
Okay, so I made that motion to adopt the resolution.
Okay,
I'll second it.
Jinx. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz?
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Aye.
And Mayor Davis.
Moving on to item O, water shortage contingency plan.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, would you mind if I had a quick open sidebar with the city attorney? I have one quick question for him. So, Michael, I apologize. I didn't get a chance to talk to you about this ahead of time, but since the council is seated here both as the council for the city of Brisbane's water system and as the board of directors for GVMID, can they hold both the public hearings? And if they choose to approve those resolutions, can they do both at the same time, or do we have to go through 2 public hearings?
No, one public hearing is fine. There'll be separate resolutions concerning the matter. So I think one public hearing, if we indicate that the public hearing is being open for both the city council and the district, as long as that's of the record, I think that'll suffice.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, ma'am. I'm just trying to make it faster for you.
Thanks.
So this is an item that I hate to bring to you because it's required by state law. State law says you have to have a water shortage contingency plan, and we have to have it in effect by July 1st. So I would
Jeez,
be happy.
giving us a lot of time.
It's been a really exciting year, ma'am. I do feel bad about bringing 10 things to your agenda, but we will be working hard all summer, trust me. So I could answer any questions if you have specific questions on the water shortage contingency plan, or you could choose to open the public hearing for both GVMID and the city.
I have no questions.
Councilmember Mackin has questions, so we'll start with her.
Very quickly,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on page 14 of 52.
Okay, ma'am.
On the top, it says the city GVMID served 2,000 accounts, deliver 0.61 million gallons per day. On the page number 15 of 52, the bottom footnote, number 4, says projected demands for the city are 290 million gallons per day in 2045. Is that correct? I couldn't reconcile in my mind how we'd go from 0.61 million to 290 million gallons.
The challenge, ma'am, is that one of them is daily, and unfortunately, water consultants and sometimes water buffaloes like myself that have been engineers for a long time do it too. The first number, the 0.6, is million gallons per day. The second number is the total of gallons per year.
Okay.
So it adds it up over a time frame. So I apologize for that being in there like that. We'll try and pay more attention in the future.
Okay. And the only other thing I would ask on page 35 of 52, I don't want to be nitpicky, but I just read this week, we have a new county public health officer. It's not Louise Rogers anymore. So you might.
Did that change already too, ma'am?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We will correct that.
Sorry.
I thought we had it right.
No,
We had changed a bunch of these other people. Everybody's moving around post.
it happened while you were working on this. And I would just say, I really
Thank you.
enjoyed reading your report. It was really, really well done and it was informative. I learned a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Who's the new county public health chief?
I can't tell you. I don't remember her name.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other council questions? No. Okay. So I will now open the public hearing for the City of Brisbane and GVMID. Did I do that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just confirming before we move on. Is there anyone wishing to speak at this time?
Have not received any written correspondence, and I see no raised hands, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Can I get a first and a second to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lance.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. That brings us to council discussion. And I believe that we would approve a resolution of the City of Brisbane adopting a water shortage contingency plan and the GVMID Board of Directors adopting a water shortage contingency plan. Do you want that as 2 separate motions?
I think you could combine them just exactly as you did, ma'am.
I'll second that then.
Okay. I guess that'll be my motion with a second from Councilmember Lentz.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lance.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
And Mayor Davis.
Aye. Item P, Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting District. So,
On the previous item, there's a third matter about introducing an ordinance.
that's on the, yep.
Concerning chapter 8.41 that relates to the water shortage contingency plan.
So we'll make another motion then. I'll go ahead and
Correct, to introduce the ordinance.
I'll introduce the ordinance, first reading for revising Chapter 8.41, revising the water shortage contingency plan.
It's revising the municipal code so that it's consistent with the water shortage contingency plan.
Okay.
ma'am. But yes, you've got the gist of it.
Okay.
Do we need we don't need a separate public hearing on that?
We do not, ma'am. It was placed under public hearing only because it's connected with the two, but this does not require a
Then I
public
will
hearing.
second that ordinance.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay. Item P, Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting District. And are you making a statement, engineer of record?
Yes, I will, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble pulling everything up. You were getting ahead of me, and I thought I was getting to the fast one this evening, ma'am. I appreciate the council's efforts in this matter. So the engineer of record is saying that the purpose of this event tonight is to complete the process via public hearing for the imposition of annual tax roll charges that fund Sierra Point's Landscape and Lighting Assessment District, which provides for the maintenance of the landscaping, irrigation, and lighting installed in 1989. End of report.
Okay, and I understand I will now make a statement as the mayor. Okay. Opening statement by the mayor of the city of Brisbane, June 29th, 2023, Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting District. This is the time and place set for a hearing on the engineer's report and the levy and collection of the proposed assessment for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 for the Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting District. These proceedings are undertaken pursuant to the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972. The engineer's report, prepared by the engineer of work, consists of the proposed improvements, the boundaries of the assessment district and zones therein, the proposed diagram, the estimate of costs thereof, and the proposed assessments upon accessible lots and parcels of land within the district. Any of these items may be the subject of protests or endorsements. You are asked to clearly identify yourself and the property owned by you so that your statements may be correctly recorded. This hearing is declared open, and I will ask the city clerk to report on the various notices given in connection with the hearing.
City Clerk's statement, June 29th, 2023, Sierra Point Landscaping and Lighting District. Notices have been mailed and posted as required by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972. Proofs of mailing and posting are on file in my office, and a copy of the engineer's report prepared by the engineer of work was filed in my office on May 24th, 2023, and has been open to public inspection since that time.
Thank you. I'll now move on to council questions. Councilmember Mackin?
Randy,
Ma'am.
you have in the report that the engineer's report maintains the previous year's assessment.
Correct.
When I go to page number 2, it says the budgeted amount includes $76,208 from fund reserves. Why is that not covered in the assessment?
Because it's an amount that was left over from last year because of various things that happened out there, because we had some undercharges from utilities because we were using less water and such during the drought. So we were able to carry that amount forward, it's excess, and it will allow us to do a number of specific projects that we were also not able to get to last year. But because we had that extra, we can do these projects and not change the amount that's being assessed to the people out there.
And the extra projects, are those going to come to the council under capital improvements, or are they budgeted?
They're budgeted in the O&M
Okay.
portion, ma'am.
And then also on page 14 of 16, footnote number 2 talks about private land over which public has been granted access, Tunnel Avenue. Why
Yes.
is Tunnel Avenue part of the Sierra Point assessment?
That's just the way the boundaries were written when it was created in 1989, ma'am.
Okay, so it does include Tunnel
Yes,
Avenue
ma'am.
as part of, okay, thank you, interesting.
That was my question.
Any other questions? Okay. In the mayor's statement, it declared the hearing open, so confirming there doesn't need to be another statement about opening the public hearing. Is that correct, Michael?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
I have no written correspondences and I see no raised hands, Madam Mayor.
Can I get a first and a second to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. Council discussion? Would anyone like to start? Or we can entertain a motion as well?
I'd make a motion to approve the Sierra Point Lighting District.
If there's no questions, I'll second that.
And just for clarification, ma'am, through the mayor, that's for the proposed resolution. It's in the staff report.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you want it a more clear motion? Okay.
I saw the Mayor Pro Tem nod her head, ma'am, so I understand that was the intent of the maker of the motion.
Okay.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay. And now it's item R. Consider authorizing the city manager to sign agreements for funding and for purchase and installation of fiber optic facilities.
Good evening again, ma'am. You just can't get rid of me tonight. So I think this is an easy item. I think this is an easy item. As I've explained in the staff report, the moving parts that are going on is that there is a fiber optic installation company that has a certificate of necessity from the CPUC that's been talking to the city for a few years now. They are going to install fiber optic ducts and banks within Bayshore Boulevard. At the same time, CCAG has been promoting something called an Intelligent Transportation Network, which would be the installation of wayfinding signs, changeable message signs, things telling people to, if you're on Bayshore, if you've been diverted there from a major accident on the freeway, here's where you go to get off to help with our traffic flow. Now, CCAG has also elected, because they've done it with all of the other cities in the county, they are willing to pay for the cost to install 2 extra conduits and to install dark fiber in them, as long as the city agrees to be the agent that contracts with the fiber optic company and that we provide the project management and the construction management. So if you discount for a minute my time and my inspector's time and my engineer's time, it is completely free for us to get a filled fiber optic conduit in there that will run the intelligent transportation system, and get a filled fiber optic conduit that we can use however we see fit. So the authority we are asking for is that, assuming that CCAG approves their funding authority, and it's going to them really rather soon, let the city manager sign that for you. And then assuming that the cost from the contractor aligns with that funding authority, authorize the city manager to enter that. And in full disclosure, I'd put in the staff report that the cost was looking to be in the 800,000 mark. And I just spoke to CCAG this morning, and they've been dealing directly with the contractor because they're the ones paying the bills. And I think that cost is closer to 1.1 now, but it doesn't change the funding arrangement. CCAG pays the full cost. We're the beneficiary of the installation. Happy to take questions.
Okay. Council questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
When I was on CCAG, this project started back in the peninsula cities with
Started
doing
south, yes, ma'am.
the smart transportation.
Mhm.
And it went to a total blow up on the contracts, with the funding, with the contracts, with the contractors, with lawsuits. It was ugly. Part of the ugliness was that the contractors that came in to do the work said we were told it was 6 feet of loose fill under the sidewalk or the roadway, and it turned out there was PG&E lines and there was telephone cables and there was other things in the way. And a year and a half later, after they completed the work, they tried to get back pay, and they tried to, I mean, it was a boondoggle. And I'm not sure how much of that ever finished being a boondoggle. I would just hate to see us involved in that when we say we're running the project. Because I know, and at that point, I believe San Mateo County ran the project for CCAG. And there was a whole finger pointing of he said, she said on the whole thing. And besides my concerns on what happened there and what I heard about happening there, the signs that they've put in for when there's a traffic problem, they're big, ugly, electronic things saying, 101 closed, and they have them all up and down El Camino.
Right.
And I would be very concerned where those are going to be placed, and if we have any leadway on the size, the intensity, when they're on, when they're off, because frankly, they're really ugly signs and they're very intrusive. And it looks like a permanent construction marker on these city streets that really, yes, it's when there's a big accident and Highway 101 is closed down, it routes traffic around that problem. But I'm not sure that it's worth it in that respect to have the big, ugly industrial signs that are part of this project. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed them, but
I've never noticed
it's an
them.
issue for me.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So Randy, so based upon what Terry said, it sounds like the county was kind of the lead agency that kind of managed.
I couldn't speak to the details of how it was done, sir. I don't know if that was done in the south or central.
But what we have before us here is that you're going to be the one that's right. And so I think those concerns that may have risen in the past, and of course, when you're digging things up, sometimes you hope that you know where things are buried, but it doesn't always turn out that way, and you have to make adjustments. But you're gonna be on it, and so and like you said, there won't be any additional costs to us if there are things that run over in expenses. Well, that's just part of the deal with CCAG, and they will, cover those costs when the bill arrives, if it does go over those costs, correct?
Well, sir, if I may respond both to you and to Councilmember O'Connell kind of at the same time, because I hear a lot of good points there. So I would say, first off, it's to our advantage to be the third phase of the project, because CCAG, as they've been monitoring it, has had the opportunity to learn through some occasionally painful experiences.
I bet.
And so hopefully they've cleaned up the majority of that. You are right that the city will be managing the project. We've been working very closely with the contractor. We've given them all of our utility plans. I have not made any representations to them as to what's out there in the street. I have given them every opportunity to pothole as much and as frequently as they want, and they haven't taken us up on that. So if I were managing a project and they were trying to come in and tell me there was something that wasn't there, that's what we would refer to in construction management as a differing site condition, my response would be, we never told you the site condition was there, and you never took the opportunity to look, so that is on you. However, I have to acknowledge Councilmember O'Connell's reaction to changeable message signs. Love them or hate them, they look like big changeable message signs. They're mini bulletin boards. They are designed to be in your face. They're not designed to be unobtrusive. It's not like trying to hide a cell tower and change it into a tree. It's designed to be in a place so that when you need it, it lights up and it's bright, and drivers who are unfamiliar with the area say, oh, I shouldn't turn at this intersection. I should go to the next one. So, certainly I think the council, it's fair for you all to consider that and to balance it and decide. Because really, you could choose tonight, and I didn't put it down as an alternative, but you could choose to deny this. And then in that case, the intelligent transportation system would not be built. I believe we would be the only city in the county that would have chosen to not do that. Because as I understand it, Daly City and Colma are the remaining of the three that haven't had it done, and they're moving forward with it and they're approving it. So, but the council can make whatever decision you like. That's perfectly fair. That's why you're the council.
Yeah, you did say it was an easy one, Randy. You know, you're not supposed to say that when you're
Right.
starting off.
What did I say was easy? I'm sorry, sir. I'm slipping.
You said this was
You
easy.
said-
Oh, I did say that at the beginning. Is that what I did? I doomed my own
do that. I wasn't going to
presentation.
mention it, but
Darn it.
This is an easy one. That's
Shame
always
on
what
me.
happens.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So Randy,
Ma'am.
these big ugly signs,
Uh-huh.
where are they planning to put them?
So they'd be alongside the roadway at each of the intersections,
So they would be at the
Everywhere.
entrance to town, they would be,
all the way down Bayshore Boulevard. So Bayshore Boulevard, from the northern limit to the southern limit is where they would be.
how many?
One at each major intersection, one at each intersection. So there'd be one, as you're coming in, there'd be one at Main Street, there'd be one at Guadalupe, there'd be one at Valley, there'd be one at Old County, there'd be one at San Bruno.
Would there be one outside of the mobile home park by what was VWR? I don't know what it's called.
Probably.
No, there is one intended for San Bruno, but you know what? I don't think a changeable message sign is there because that wasn't a major street. We put in, as we were looking at the design, we put in a junction box there, but we put it in for our convenience so that if and when we eventually signalize that intersection, we'd be able to control that.
So is this item time sensitive?
Yes, absolutely it is. The contractor wants to proceed. They want to start with their construction while you're on your summer break. And CCAG has taken the item. I'm sorry, I don't remember when CCAG is meeting now, but it's on their, do they meet tonight? I don't recall.
No,
It's,
or I'd be there.
Do we have
Okay.
any,
So it's on their most current agenda, though. It's going to, maybe in a packet you've seen, ma'am, I'm not
It's
sure.
on the
Maybe
third.
sample photos of what the signs.
do
and
we,
places look like?
if we took a 5 or 10 minute break for a rest break here,
Mhm.
would you be able to dig up some sort of what it might look like?
Or we can move it later on into the meeting and you might be able to.
I wouldn't be able to do that, ma'am, because the project that we have finished working on is the contractor's fiber optic installation. What we have not yet worked on is CCAG's completion of the second phase, which would be installation of the CMS. So I think I'm going to retract my earlier statement. I'm going to say I think it would be 100% to your advantage to install this. And then because we haven't finished that other project, we still have some wiggle room back and forth with CCAG. And if you'd like, before they do that second phase of the project, we could bring that set of plans in either to here or I think maybe the subcommittee might be better. I think a public infrastructure subcommittee might be the best place to first review it.
So
Will
we
we
can
have any
move forward with the
flexibility?
fiber optic part.
And then have input on the piece when the signs go up. Yes, ma'am. They're separated enough that you can do that.
But wouldn't we already be beholden to CCAG and their funding to put in the infrastructure for the signs? And then in theory have to pay back that money if we didn't go ahead with the intelligent signboarding?
Well, I think there's two pieces to that. One, yes, that would certainly be their expectation, but because this project goes and ties in to existing infrastructure north of us, and then ties into the piece that's already been installed in South San Francisco, CCAG needs that project installed anyway.
So you're saying we'd have a legal out to having the signboards?
I wouldn't use the word legal, ma'am, but I think
Reasonable.
I think we have, what I think I will say is that we still have the opportunity to comment on the size and locations of those changeable message signs. That is not a
But not
foregone
their
conclusion.
existence
I
outright.
I think it's reasonable to expect that you would want that. And honestly, I think putting them somewhere, I mean, different people have different ideas about signs and LED signage. Oftentimes, signs are one of those things that are above ground that I struggle with all the time because some people want to put up a sign about everything. Some people imagine that if you just put up a sign that said no dumping, people will stop dumping. And I usually say, well, they're dumping there at 2:00 in the morning under cover of darkness where there aren't streetlights, and they probably already know it. That's why they're doing it. So putting up the sign doesn't help. But then sometimes you have signs such as this. I think on the freeway, those message signs are helpful if they're used appropriately. Part of this project here is that we would also have control of the signs. We could put messages up on them.
Are we regulated in what types of things we could put on those signs?
I don't know to that level of detail. That I don't think there is.
Like concerts in the park tonight, you know, we do that.
That I don't know the answer to that. I'd be lying if I told you I knew with
Farmers
certainty, ma'am.
market.
Yeah, but
you
those
are
are things that
saying we
be.
have flexibility as to the location and the size of
Yes,
these
ma'am.
signs.
We certainly do.
Yeah.
That project has not been finalized, and I have not approved any permits for that, and I would have to.
Councilmember Magan?
Thank you. Randy, the bill of sale agreement is between us and Intermountain Infrastructure Group, and then a separate one with CCAG.
Correct.
Who pays up front? Do we? And then do we get reimbursement from CCAG, or does CCAG get the bill?
No, we get the bill. We get the bill, and then we get checks from CCAG.
How fast?
Yeah, CCAG could be like, we're not paying you unless you do it how we want it.
That I don't know. I don't know what the speed of it would be.
Is this amount of $831,924 in the budget?
It's in CCAG's budget.
Okay, it's not in our budget.
No, and that's and that is the amount that I said went up. I think it went up to like 1.1,
Right.
but it's in CCAG's budget. So we're not the funding entity.
Okay. So if CCAG doesn't pay us, we have to pay for it. Do we have problems with CCAG paying for things, Terry?
No.
I don't. Randy's before us because they're saying, we'll give you this money.
Well, so I'll jump in if you don't mind with the Mayor Pro Tem's permission. We're going to have a legal agreement with them that says they're going to provide that money and they're going to pay it. It's not going to be optional for them. And that's why they're taking it to their board to get their approval to obligate that money to us.
I'm just dovetailing off what Councilmember O'Connell said were some difficulties in the past, but thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Lentz, did you want to say something?
No, I'm just ready for discussion.
Okay. Well, I need to open it up for public comment first. So is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time?
I see no raised hands and have not received any written correspondence, Madam
All
Mayor.
right, I make a motion to close public hearing.
Oh, we don't have to have a public hearing on this one.
Oh, this one wasn't public hearing? Okay, then we're good then.
So I'll let you start off, Councilmember Lentz.
I think Randy's explanation of that, it's not a by right, ability to, enforce like, okay, you're going to do these signs as we see fit. We have that flexibility. Having that dark fiber is, I think is really important for our community and for our local economy. So, I'd be in favor of moving forward with that part. But Randy, we don't have to do both, right? We can just do one right now and then you can come back later with the other one? Or do we do both at the same time and then we would have discretion in regards to, at a future time, in regards to the signage?
So, sir, what you would be approving tonight is to enter into the funding agreement with CCAG for the first phase of this project, which simply installs the conduit and the dark fiber. The second phase of this ITS project is the installation of the wayfinding signs, the control center at City Hall, those types of items.
Okay, but they would have to be approved together.
No, sir.
Nope, could be separate.
Tonight, the only discussion we're having tonight, I think, is understanding that one of the council members has a concern about those signs and how they would look and how they would be utilized.
Okay, all right. Looks like phase one, we can move forward with phase one if that was the council's pleasure.
Yes, sir. If that was your pleasure, you could.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard because I don't have photos. I don't have examples.
But we're talking about phase one, right? We don't have to do phase two.
Yeah, I know, but it seems like I am a little bit concerned that.
Well, maybe we should get a legal opinion on it then.
I see a hand raised too from the public. Do we mind? I know we already,
I don't mind having.
Well, if we could just get legal opinion, I think that would be helpful and then open
yeah,
it
that's
back up.
fine. Michael, do you want to weigh in?
Sure. Madam Mayor, members of the council. If I understand what Mr. Bro is saying is that you could tonight just approve the agreement for the funding and not take action with respect to the purchase and installation of the fiber optics facilities. I haven't looked at whether or not I haven't looked at the legality of disjoining those, because certainly they were put together as a package. And I'm certainly not in a position to say whether or not, if you went ahead with the second phase, as it were, that you would have the discretion to indicate what kind of signs and where they are. You very well may have that discretion, but I think that neither Mr. Brower nor I could tell you definitively that that is the case. If Mr. Brough feels that we can just move ahead at this point with the funding agreement and defer on the second one, I would certainly defer to his opinion about that. I'm just a little concerned about whether or not, if these aren't together, whether CCAG would move ahead with the funding agreement. That would be my only concern.
So I think it would be best to give CCAG a heads up that we have concerns about the second phase, because I would hate for them to fund the first phase. Then we get to the second phase and say, well, we don't really know if we want to do it. And then we're in a problem with CCAG. But before we get into that, we have a hand raised. So go ahead and allow the city clerk to unmute that member of the public.
Michelle Salmon here, Madam Mayor, Council, etc. I am very concerned about these signs. I mean, these are permanent signs that will be on all the time up and down Bay Shore. I'm horrified at that thought. We already have issues with, so much signs. Those blinking signs out on Lagoon Way and Sierra Point Parkway are so distracting. I just think this is not a good idea. We don't know how big they are, how bright they are, how long we have to have them on, if they're on 24/7. I don't want to approve a bunch of signs that we don't even know what they look like. Some of the stuff we've had already has just been horrible. And so I would be very cautious about this. If you can just vote to have the fiber optics, great. But if you have to have the signs, I'm not thinking that's a good idea without looking at them. And all seems very rush. I am sure the contractor wants to get going on it, but I think people should see what it looks like before you make this decision. This is Bay Shore. This is the front of Brisbane. This is going to be a distraction to traffic. Those blinking signs already kind of make people a little bit distracted. I can't imagine what it would be having signs all up and down Bay Shore like that. It sounds really icky to me. So it's my 2 cents. Thank you. I am lowering my hand now, and you guys can mute me.
So might I comment?
Yes.
Because there have been a couple
I was
of
going to
comments
ask
made.
you, because it doesn't, from what you said, it doesn't seem like they're on all the time. It's
That's
just
correct.
if there's a diversion of traffic, then they turn on and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that's
But
correct.
maybe you can.
But the
further
signs
speak further.
exist, but the sign will exist. So,
Right.
and so let me go back and be clear, because I think I've managed to confuse everybody here, and I apologize for that. So tonight, we're talking about a funding agreement with CCAG to install conduit and fiber optic. And we are talking about a bill of sale for the contractor to install that fiber optic and conduit. The changeable message signs, their actual installation, what they look at is a later date. That project's not done. So while yes, I have to recognize that there is an obvious connectivity between those two items, that's not what we're talking about right now. And so what I would offer is this, if it helps the council with decision-making. I anticipate that my colleague at CCAG has been watching this meeting, and if she hasn't, I will provide a copy of it to her so that she understands our concerns. But in recognizing that you're going to be closed for a couple of months, and please also recognize that I can't stop this contractor from applying for the permit and starting their work. They have the certificate of necessary. They've done all the works they need to get a permit. So when they want to start, we have very little reason to delay them. But if the council were to consider approving these two items that are on here as recommended, I would be very certain to have a conversation with CCAG before we entered into either one of these agreements, and with additional review from the city attorney, so that they understand, so that CCAG understands that their second phase, where we put in those signs, we have addressed some concerns about them. And we want you to understand those, and we want you to understand that perhaps quite a bit more so than in other cities, we want to very much look at those signs and have the council approve those before they go in.
I'm comfortable with that type of format to
Thank you.
moving forward with this.
Thank you.
May I, Madam Mayor, repeat back what I think I just heard?
Sure.
So you're asking us to approve the contract for the fiber optic in the amount that we're going to be reimbursed by CCAG.
Correct.
So the contractor can lay that fiber optic.
Correct.
What if we now go and look at these signs, and I understand they are not on unless they're needed, but they are a big blackboard looking thing that will be in situ wherever they're chosen to be. But you also said that we will have the flexibility to choose the size and the location of those signs. Is that correct?
So I would say everything except for complete flexibility. We have a range of flexibility. And some of that is going to be restricted by what the funding entities, the California Transportation Commission and Caltrans think are appropriate sizes for signs. So there is some leeway there. But I want to have that conversation with CCAG before they enter into an agreement with us. Because I want them to, they already know that the city has to approve the placement of those signs. Okay? But that's something we have to do. And I'm hearing very clearly that the council wants to be involved in that and wants to understand why locations were chosen and what the size of those are. I hear that from you very clearly. And if my colleagues at CCAG hear that and they express concern and they decide that they do not want to enter into their funding agreement as a result of that, I have nothing I can do other than respect their desire to not enter into the agreement until it's fully worked out.
Thank you.
Yeah, my issue is that I want to make sure CCAG understands where our concerns are so that we don't do phase one and then we're obligated to do phase two because CCAG is like, what? Those things go together. So if you are going to make the commitment, what you're saying is you're going to make the commitment, we can approve this, but before any work starts, CCAG will be well aware of what our concerns are and that there may be the possibility that we don't want to move forward with phase two, and so that we aren't moving forward with phase one, that's gonna force our hand on phase two. And if for some reason CCAG says we're obligated for both, then we won't move forward. That's what you're saying.
I assert and declare that I will present that to my colleagues at CCAG just as you have presented it to me, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, just a suggestion. It's a contract. Why can't we add a sentence to the contract that says, City of Brisbane expresses its desire to coordinate size of signs and placement in collaboration with CCAG. So we at least express upfront that desire in the contract. Doesn't mean we will totally agree, but it doesn't say, oh yeah, I forgot you mentioned that, Randy.
Would you like me to answer that, ma'am? Okay, sure. So I think that's perfectly appropriate to do. It is, in fact, already my understanding that is our ultimate authority, but I don't see a reason why we wouldn't put that in the funding agreement if it helps the council through this.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as sort of a whereas provision, but I think the more important part of it is Randy's discussion with his CCAG corollary and make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what the expectation is from the council, so that we don't enter into either agreement if we're not all pulling the wagon in the same direction.
Exactly.
So my other concern is that if there are cost overruns, that cost is borne by CCAG and not Brisbane.
There's already language in the contract towards that, ma'am, yes.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, this mic seems to be not happy with me tonight. There's already language in the contract and the funding agreement that CCAG has to, and I don't remember the exact language, but it says something like pay reasonable change orders as they are presented to them. Because we've already looked at drafts of that, so Michael has already looked at that, and we put that language in there specifically.
From what I recall, and I'm not sure because some of what happened in CCAG with the prior contracts was closed session because it was subject to a lawsuit. Reasonable was a word that was bandied around a lot. And it got really ugly. I mean, the whole process got really, really ugly. And it wasn't helpful that San Mateo County was the one who was paying the bills and then asking for the money from CCAG.
Right, fair enough.
It all got very ugly. So I would want to make sure, that language is really, really strong, that it's not just reasonable expectations, that it's all of the expectations of cost overruns are covered by CCAG.
Well, ma'am, fortunately, the city attorney that's reviewing that agreement for us is on the line, and
So,
he's already reviewed the
I would make
preliminary.
that really clear, Michael, that, it's not just reasonable cost overruns, it's the unreasonable ones, because that's what got the county and CCAG into hot water on the earlier portion of this project.
I'll take another look at it and do my best to ensure that if there are any change orders that need to be made, whether it's by CCAG or by a court of competent jurisdiction, that those costs end up at CCAG's desk, not ours.
Because we could run into some unexpected underground stuff that we don't know about. I'm sure there's things that happened in the past that we may not be aware of.
Differing site conditions typically generate change orders. And as Randy indicated earlier, notwithstanding that the contractor hasn't done much in terms of trying to identify where utilities or other things might be, there could be differing site conditions than what the contractor expects. And in those cases, it is not unusual for the contractor to submit change orders, and those do lead to unpleasantness, as Councilmember O'Connell has indicated. So we will do our best to ensure that under the funding agreement or any other agreement, that if those costs do end up not being the responsibility of the contractor, that they do not become our responsibility.
Thank you.
And I'd like to supplement that for you too, ma'am, that this is distinctly different than a public contract that the city would be putting out. This contractor has already said, I'm going down this corridor. I'm putting in 5 conduits. We're simply piggybacking onto his other 2 conduits.
Understood.
So if he doesn't do his due diligence, that's not on us.
That's on him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and I just had a moment where my brain turned off for a question I was about to ask. Is this going to be trenching and digging in the same place that's been trenching and digging right now for the last several months?
It is not, ma'am. It's on the other side of the road. And it's mostly a
Oh,
boring
good.
job.
The other side of the road.
Oh, yeah, we're going to
Dig
have
that one
conduits
up, too.
everywhere. Yeah, it's a real joy to be the backbone of everything in the county, isn't it? We got a major gas line, a high voltage line, fiber optic conduits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what's the council's pleasure? Because I'd like to move this along.
Cautiously approve.
Phase 1.
Thank you.
Phase 1.
I'll second that.
Wait,
Or
so
need both.
if I understand, so the recommendation is to approve the funding agreement and the bill of sale agreement. I want to.
With the caveats that we've listed.
That I will have those very detailed conversations with my colleagues, and that Mr. Roush
And with
will have
legal.
another look at the
It's not
funding
just,
agreement.
it's not just we want some say in the, where the signs go and the size, like, we may just say we don't want them at all.
Right.
Like, we don't want them.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay,
I
so I
understand
want to
that.
make sure, as long as, it's
Yep.
not just flexibility, it's like outright refusal.
Yep.
Okay,
I second that.
roll call vote, please.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Karen?
I did.
Karen.
Oh. Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz?
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Aye.
And Mayor Davis.
Aye. I'd like to check in with the council at this time. Before we get close to wrapping up this meeting, we do have item K, which is the continued budget workshop, and then item L, which is essentially approving the budget. So we can pause for a 5-minute break, or we can continue on.
I would like a break, please.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Everyone else?
Yep.
With the break? Okay, so we will return to this meeting. Let's return at 8:45.
some of those, some of those exotic things.
She did, that's what Emma brought.
Oh, Emmett brought it.
Oh,
Yeah, it's got,
Oh, okay, medicinal, menthol or something. Huh, interesting.
We're ready, Madam Mayor.
Stuff sometimes really works.
Yeah. Yeah, no, give it a shot.
long. Okay. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. The time is 8:48. And we will now move on to old business item K, the continued budget workshop. And we will start off with a staff report from City Manager Holstein.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to learn from my Public Works Director, and I'm going to start off by saying this is going to be really, really hard. So with that, earlier this week, Finance Director and I met with the Council Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem to discuss process for this evening as a follow-up to our meeting from a couple weeks ago. And a suggestion was made that we could look at, staff could look at potential items that we could put on hold. And I'm going to use the term hold for now, that would then be reviewed at the mid-year point where you would be able to have a better sense of where your revenues are at and any unexpected expenditures that might have happened up to that date or savings that might have happened up to that date. So that is what is in this packet that we sent out earlier today from the Finance Director. She outlined kind of both what the process was as well as the items that are being suggested for a hold. I don't want to suggest that these are items that will not need to be funded at some point. They are all in the budget for various important reasons, but we do feel that we can make do at least for the first 6 months of the year by putting them on hold and for further consideration later on in the year and see exactly where you're at in terms of the budget. With that said, unless there's any questions, we'll, I think, start the process. And I think Mayor Davis at the last meeting suggested that the council would just simply go through the pages in the various departments, and the staff will be ready to respond to questions.
Yes. I'll give a moment for everyone to pull that staff report out of the packet.
Madison, I do have a quick question in regards to the
Yes.
memorandum.
Yes.
So on page 1 of 11, it said that it says following are existing and ongoing expenses that were inadvertently omitted in the fiscal year 23 budget. And says $870,000. So was that, were those expenses in what we saw at the last meeting, or are these additional expenses?
They were already included in the budget.
They were already in there?
Yes, these are
Okay.
not on top.
Because I didn't see any of the numbers change.
Correct.
For that.
The
most
reason,
part.
so without seeing the comparative, you wouldn't have seen the change.
Got it.
So, but they were already in the proposed budget because they are ongoing expenses.
Got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
It's just we used that software and it omitted it. And so it looks like maybe certain sections have increased by a lot, but they were just like not properly budgeted for because of that error. So, okay, what's the council's pleasure? Would you like to go through all of the pages, all of, the departments, or does council have just specific questions? Do you want to do it by each person? We can go down a line and each person can ask their list of questions.
So I do have a question on the budget request fiscal year 2024 that you attached to the memorandum. And in a couple places, you have, like, the first line for City Council Division 1000, staffing vacant position, you have staff identified potential savings, negative 23,000.
So what we
And
were,
requests less potential savings, negative 23,000. And then,
Bless you.
so the one column is adding the negatives.
so I'll explain the columns. I apologize. So for fiscal year 24 request, that's the third column. So that would have included any budget requests as a positive number. In that first line, that was not a positive request, but the manager determined that there was a potential savings there. So the next column is a negative number because it's going to be reducing the budget request. So then that third column of the figures is basically showing what the net change would be. So it is a savings there. So at the end of it all, we are looking just at the potential savings column, and that's what we're totaling.
Okay. Because sometimes the comments, where it says scheduled for September, so that would be still in this half of the fiscal year, so you're not looking that as a potential savings.
In
these
some
are
of them.
These are all the additional items that were presented in our original budget snapshot,
Correct.
less staff identified potential savings, if it's possible.
Correct.
Okay,
And
thank you.
if they were identified additional, like in that first case, then they also listed that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to go through page by page or? Sorry, do we want to go through page by page or would you prefer to just each council member read off their list of questions?
I think we did this before. We just went department by department and the mayor said, okay, council have any questions in regards to finance or park
Yeah,
and
we can
rec?
do it like that.
Yeah, then
We can go page by
we're
page.
consistent and we knock off one department, move on to the next one.
Sure. Okay, so let's then. Well, maybe let's start, yeah, we can do department by department. This is all unchanging. So we'll start with, Division 1000 City Council. And that's going to be page 77. Well, starting page 76, but the numbers are on 77. We'll start there. Does anyone have any questions on the City Council division?
So at this point, do we want to correlate the memo document in at the same time
Sure.
to that page?
Yeah.
I think that might be
Yep.
a good thing to do because, then any notes that someone would want to make on the page that's relevant to the potential savings, they'd have that to go back to for further reference.
Sure. So we're talking about page 1 of the memorandum coupled with page 77 of item K.
Right, right. And I don't know if that's something that the department head wants to lead off, or if just want to do
I
it
think
with
we're-
council questions?
Yeah, I think we're, considering the lateness of the hour, we're not going to go through presentations from every department. So every department is represented to answer questions you may have, so we will do questions.
Okay. So I know it's the lateness of the hour. So in the savings strategy, the one thing that we had asked at the last time was the 35,000, and it's not ceremonial. It is for the recruitment services for the new city manager position. And then the special department budget hasn't changed. But what is the staffing upgrade to assistant to city manager? That 34,000.
Are we talking about that might be city manager department?
I think that's in the city manager's.
That's city manager
Oh, I'm
department.
sorry, city council, city manager.
We're on
Okay,
city council
sorry.
division?
No, I don't have any questions on that.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions on city council budget?
No. Yes.
Okay,
So taking out the history hire, am I to assume that 23,000 comes off and it becomes 284,940? Yes?
Yeah, so kind of in terms of the way this will work is that you're not reducing the budget, but you're putting these things on hold. And so that
Okay.
when we get to the mid-year, we will be able to make those adjustments at that point in time. Or the council could say, no, let's move forward with, the certain number of items.
Okay. Based upon the conditions at that time.
Right.
so each department has identified things that could be on hold, which has totaled $551,990, which is 2% of the requested budget. So we're possibly bring that $1.9 million deficit down, but we're not going to say that those costs we're not going to spend that money. We're just going to put it on hold. 6 months down the line, we can review and say, okay, we're doing great. It looks like we might end the year here. Let's move forward with those items, or we're going to take a closer look at that list and say, okay, we're really
still
cutting the
can't
fat.
afford.
Yeah, we're really cutting the fat here. But the problem is that we really need to have a budget adopted tonight by the start of the next fiscal year. So we have to have something. Staff's outlined the budget. These columns are all, the same from last time. You have the memorandum here of things we can put on hold in the interim, and then we could reevaluate. But if we're approving what we're approving before us, it's still going to be 1.9. It's still going to be the same
Yeah.
numbers as we had last meeting. It's just we have this plan in place to reduce it by over 500,000 in the event that things get really, we really have to cut the fat. We've already know where that might be coming from. And at that point, we'll also know what's going on. We might have a little bit more indication about what's going on with the storm drains. And if we're going to get potential funding from that, so that can factor into the fiscal decisions that we make at the 6-month mark. But we don't want to say to staff, absolutely not. We're just taking that out, because we could be in the position where we can incorporate those things. But if we just give it at least a 6-month hold, then that gives us, some time to evaluate.
So you're saying there is no anticipation they will necessarily go forward, but given the proper conditions, there's the latitude that they could.
Yes.
Okay.
Seeing a nod from the city manager, I want to make sure that.
Yeah, I think that's a fair description. Yeah.
I just have one question in regards to this, and just in the past, I mean, has the city council budget, have we used all the money, or we typically come up short, and then this just is kind of a continuation of, okay, we'll add for inflation, and here's the budget, or do we
Well,
typically spend it
we
all?
typically underspend.
Typically
You know,
underspend, okay.
there are obviously times when emergencies happen during the year that we hadn't anticipated, and then we have an extra, you know, an item that's cost more. We always come and reflect that in the mid-year. So your mid-year is always an adjustment based on things that you don't anticipate. But there's always going to be positions that come open that you don't fill right away. You have salary savings. That's just going to happen every year. And there's different types of projects. I think the Community Development Department has identified a couple of different projects that we've been talking about, but we haven't really moved forward with. They have been in past budgets. Since we didn't do those things, the money just fell through to the fund balance. So, you know, that's kind of, I mean, I really, you know, I always like to call this a plan, a budget plan, because it's a you know, framework for what we're going to be moving forward with over the next 12 to 15 months. Things always change. You're always adapting. You're always flexible in terms of what you know, to meet the needs.
Mm-hmm. Got it. All right, thank you. All right.
Okay. Any further questions on city council budget? No. Okay. We will now move on to city manager budget, Department 2100, and Councilmember O'Connell had a question.
Yes, the $34,301, what is that entailing?
So, so are you going to, okay.
So that is the reclassification of the communications manager to an assistant to the city manager. I think I spoke to this earlier this evening, reflective of the work assignments that have taken place really over probably a couple of year period of time, but certainly a lot more emphasis in the last 6 months. That's not all salary, I don't believe. I think that is total costs that roll through, things like pension costs and things of that nature. Yeah. And this is, you know, the reason we're capturing it as new in the budget right now is because I'm doing it at the beginning of the year. These things often happen, you know, well into the year. I mean, that's part of the, you know, the authority that the city manager has to meet the needs of the organization, and to, you know, make sure that people are classified correctly. That's just, you know, basic, you know, human resource management to do that.
Do you have further questions?
And is it, I know that we've created the equity and the EPIC committee and the those, but are those required to be done, or are they the innovation committee and the diversity committee, are those things that are required to be done, or just things we want to do to
Well, I think, you know, we
make
did
a better workplace?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did scale them back. What's happening there is that there is a countywide consortium of the cities that have DEI programs within their organization. We're a member of that. And there's a lot of energy around training of employees and doing various sorts of efforts that it's really burgeoning. I mean, it's really at kind of the beginning, and we've been participating in that. I did want to leave some money in the budget so that we can participate in that and do the training for our employees. And we'll see, you know, I think much later in the year, probably have a little more information on just what that's going to look like going forward. But as you invest in your employees with safety programs, and this is just one more thing that I think you know, we need to do to be an attractive employer in today's world. If we're going to start a committee, we got to support it, right?
Exactly.
So with savings, total for that item would be 7,500.
I think we reduced it by 5,000.
Yeah, so total would be,
Yeah. So we have it in two different spots. We have it in the city manager's office and human resources.
oh, okay.
And we've reduced it by 5,000 in both. So there's a total of $10,000 savings in anticipated training costs there.
Okay. Do you have additional questions? Anyone else have questions on city manager budget? Okay, moving on to city clerk budget.
Oh, I have one question. I'm sorry.
On city manager, okay, go ahead.
The blast is listed on page number 10
Slash 83.
or 83. Under a program and amount, 120,432. Why is the star so much less? And I also noticed part of the expense for the star someplace else.
That be in Park and Rec maybe? No?
Central services for postage, probably. So the 120,000, Councilmember Mackin, is comprised of the personnel costs that go into putting together the blast. So it's a portion of my time, the city manager's time, and our communication coordinator's time.
Right.
We do that on a weekly basis versus, and sometimes a bi-weekly basis if we do a Friday one. The star is just once a month, so that's why it's a quarter of that.
But you have mailing costs pertaining to the star, which I would have expected significantly more.
Under central services?
Is the production of the star outsourced?
The layout of the star is.
Okay, so that would account for a significant difference between the two. Because with the added addition of postage, where the blast is just an email, I would have expected the star to be much higher. So I was trying to find, well, where is that picked up? And I think somewhere else in the budget, I noticed the star was also under a different category. So it appears in two places. But we'll find it when we get to that page.
Yeah, I think it's postage is under central services for the star, but the intent is to bring that into all of the city manager's budget. You know, it might have not been all captured.
Yes, it
software.
is under central services, 45,200. So the total is really closer to $71,000 for
33
production
and-
of the star.
What was the other number?
45,200 plus 33,970.
So that's more than 71.
I just rounded,
Oh, okay.
did a ballpark.
That's 78. 79.
Yes, the printing is done in Brisbane at Fong Brothers, so that's that cost is 34,000 that you're seeing.
Okay.
Oh, so the one in the city manager budget is that number there is the printing cost? 33,970? Not the layout and article writing, personnel time?
I'm just trying to see. I don't.
Sorry, which page are you looking at? Program costs or line item cost? Which page? I'm sorry.
Program costs 83, page 83.
Okay.
Star newsletter towards the bottom.
Yeah, central services. Okay.
I'm looking at city manager.
And then on city manager, the star newsletter of 33,970?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. So
she
that's
said
the part-
34,000 for printing from Fong Brothers. So is that where that is? That's that number?
The printing is 34,000, and that's listed under central services.
What page is that?
The 83 3 or,
Oh, central services.
yeah,
Okay.
central services. And again, when it's program costs, there could be labor built into the
Right,
program.
right.
Or other types of costs.
Okay. Any other questions about city manager? Okay. We're gonna move on to city clerk. Any questions about city clerk? No? Okay, moving on to, you're off the hook, Ingrid, look at you.
I'm going to unmute now.
Co-sponsorships? No? Okay, how about finance? I see open space in the memorandum, but I have finance next in the packet.
Open space is part of Public Works, so
Okay, so
there's.
We'll come back to that.
we'll circle back
Okay.
to open space later. Okay, finance, 2,200. Anyone have questions?
Mm,
No? How about human resources? And as a reminder, we're including the memorandum and the line items.
I just have a question. Organization-wide safety program, is that an annual basis?
In which
This is
section?
on the memorandum, second item, org-wide safety program,
What page are you on?
page 4 of the memorandum. You're talking about the item, the second item on the page?
I was actually looking in here.
Okay.
There we
On
go,
there,
right.
yeah. Ongoing.
Is that an annual basis, or is this something new for this budget?
That's the Resource X typo. It got left out, but it's already been budgeted, but it got left out.
And
Okay,
it is an annual
Okay.
program.
Mhm.
It is an annual program.
okay. Okay,
Okay. Anyone else on human resources? Moving on to legal. Department 2,300. No? Okay. And community development, Department 3,000. This also has items under the memorandum.
give us a second on it. So a question on that, I guess this is for John. So it looks like there's a large allocation. This is all software, technology upgrades?
That's correct.
And these are being proposed, the e-permitting going through, correct?
Yes.
Let's see what this one is. Parkside Planning Consultant, deferred for now.
At the council's discretion, yes.
And NCRO Odds Planning Program also deferred.
Correct.
Where are we here? Safety element going ahead, general plan update. So Granicus got transferred from finance to your department.
That's correct.
And that's our short-term rental consultant. Yep,
Right,
just for the
got it,
public.
okay.
Anyone else with questions for community development?
No.
Okay, moving on to police. We have police administration. There is one item on the memorandum regarding that. Okay, police records, also one item. No, few item, one item. On the memorandum. Yeah.
The Flux annual rental cost, why is that in the memorandum?
That's correct. That was it's reflected in there, but it was already approved in the initial 2-year lease. So this is the second part of that lease.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else for police records?
Just a question under equipment, 145,000 in the original budget. Could you give us an idea what that is?
Yes, I can. So $145,000 is for the radio infrastructure upgrade for all police cities to comply with SB 719, which is the encryption by the Attorney General. This is the second phase of 3. The first phase already took place with our dispatch center in San Mateo County, which they replaced their comm center to be able to accept digital and analog in fiscal year 22-23. This now replaces the existing 3 towers we have that surround Brisbane that would give it the ability to go analog and digital. And once that is in place, then we would proceed with a in-car and actually portable radio system on us that would also be able to go from analog to digital in fiscal year 24-25.
Okay, thank you.
If I can go back just a bit to the patrol division.
Oh, we didn't go to patrol yet.
Oh, we were just in records?
Yeah, we were just in records, but we
Okay.
can move to patrol as long as anyone else have questions about records?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Take it away, Terry. Patrol.
Handgun and rifle replacement. I didn't know guns wore out.
So handguns have the life capacity of 7 years or 20,000 rounds. Generally, it's not an and, it's an or, especially if we are using the weapons like we are exposed to the air, water, moisture, and dust. So at 7 years, they start losing their tolerances. Although we only shoot about 200 rounds to 300 rounds per officer, if we were to push that out to the 20,000 rounds, we wouldn't replace guns for 66 years. But unfortunately, because now we go to polymer weapons and with a mixture of a different material of steel and aluminum, those tolerances tend to get loose over time, especially with exposure to our weapons. Most people that have weapons, they keep them in lockers in their homes, where they're not exposed to moisture, heat, air. Our weapons, as you see, I have one on my hip, they're always exposed, and they're susceptible to environmental factors.
Okay, so those can't be put off, and the rifles are the same thing?
So the rifles are to complete the motor unit build out. So right now our motor units are almost equipped with, have the full capacity as a patrol vehicle officer. In an event we were to go to a unfortunate situation where we would need all our weapons, the motorcycle units would not have that currently because of the inventory we have now. So we're asking for 4 more rifles, 2 that will be outfitted especially for the motorcycles because of the way we're going to hide them in the bags. They have to be different rifles than what we have in the cars.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on police patrol? Okay, we will now move on to fire. Anyone?
Okay, so there was no ability to reduce any costs in admin and, okay, never mind.
Okay. Fire. No? Okay. Public Works. So we will start with Public Works Administration. There's also the storm, let's see. Yeah, so administration, anything on administration you want to ask questions about? Okay, we can go, next is open space, and then you want to flip back on your memorandum because there were open space items on page 3, thank you. Does anyone want to discuss those items on page 3 or anything else relative to open space?
What is the Climate Corps Fellowship?
Yes, ma'am. So we had originally planned in last year's budget $50,000 to do that. And rather than getting a fellowship, which is something we had done before, we actually selected an intern. And we find that we're having a lot more success with that. The interns are doing a really, really great job with our building and energy efficiency program. But the $50K alone is not enough to keep an intern for the full year. So that's why in this case, what we've done is we've deferred the additional $25,000 ask into the next calendar year.
Okay, so you're still going to have somebody for the full year. It's just
We will have somebody for the full year if council agrees to fund that $25,000 in the next calendar year, yes, when we come back and review the budget with you.
Calendar versus fiscal?
Well, I'm sorry, we're mounting it back and forth. So we've got a fiscal year that goes from July to the end of June, but we've deferred the additional $25,000 that we've asked into the next calendar year. So it's the second half of your fiscal year.
Okay.
I'm getting as confusing as I was with gallons per
so
day.
because
gallons per year. I'm
it
sorry.
does say that it can delay by 6 months.
Exactly.
But it's not listed as a potential savings.
Right. Because I believe we still need it. And so I'm going to say that. But if the council comes back, again, it's your budget. If you come back next year and say, we're not going to fund that, then I won't have an intern for the full half of that second half of your fiscal year.
Okay.
You can put it on hold for 6 months is what you're saying, but you still need it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
But it's not listed in the 6-month hold.
Yeah, yeah.
So just to clarify, that column for staff identified potential savings, that means if there's a figure there, that means it would actually be reducing the cost. But in this case, he's just proposing to hold off, but for the full 25,000 still, just at the latter part of the year.
Okay. So back to page 6 in the memorandum and 117/44 in your packet. We're at streets and storms. A couple items there. Any questions on streets and storms? Okay. Moving on to building and grounds. Couple items there on the memo as well. Okay, moving on to parks maintenance.
Wouldn't we landscape maintenance? No. Okay.
Landscape maintenance is next. It's just, there's no items on the memorandum, but
Right.
we can still look at parks maintenance as a category. That one's got a nice reduction going.
What was the difference, if you could, please? Special department expense went down 75%.
Yes, ma'am. So we had a number of expenses that were actually completed or it was determined they weren't needed. So Mission Blue Field Storage Shed at field level, Mission Blue Center paint interior, Community Center paint interior, Community Park paint gazebo, Community Center repair the retaining wall. There were some energy savings measures. The Community Center placed a handrail on steps, contract maintenance, and I don't believe we did the resurface of the basketball courts. So
And
those
how
items
did-
were one time.
I'm sorry, how did salaries and benefits go down 41%?
I think the finance director would have to explain that, ma'am.
So there were some movement of personnel and reallocation between departments
Okay,
within the group.
okay, got it.
Anyone else? Okay,
Lost my spot, but that's okay.
page 120, landscape maintenance. Division 6020, one item here on the memo. That was a Resource X flaw.
I think Resource X had long COVID last year,
Yeah,
ma'am, and it
yeah,
lost a couple of few
clearly.
items, yeah.
Again, you have a salary and benefit change to minus 276%. Is that also reallocation?
Wouldn't that probably be because we contracted out landscape maintenance and so there
I
wouldn't
don't-
be a salary and benefits?
I don't know.
Yeah, that could explain professional services, 144,000.
I can't answer that for you, ma'am. The way the departments do it is we have our employees and we list them out and then we assign them to departments and then we pass that information to finance and then finance takes that information and they look at, you know, their current pay range and their benefits and they distribute it out. So those top ones, salaries and benefits, I'm not involved in the sausage making of that at all, if you will. So
I
I'm
got you.
sorry.
I just thought if there's something you knew about, you could.
Yes, ma'am, but I'm sorry, I don't.
That's okay.
Because the next page, there's a plus 388%. So my assumption would be a move of personnel.
Right, within
There you go.
departments for the.
Good catch.
There you go.
There you go.
And I'm not a math person.
Nobody moved.
Oh, the number I was looking at was, oh, never mind, yeah. Okay, so, Sierra Point landscaping and lighting.
And why do we have utilities going down 60%? $120,000?
Two reasons. So first off, historically, last year we didn't because we're in the drought and we're still in the drought. And secondarily, one of the requirements that was imposed on the Phase 3 real estate development at 3500 Marina Boulevard was to change all of our controllers and to change all of the irrigation heads out there. So we're using a lot less water as a result of that.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to utilities, there are several items.
So, but before we move on from Sierra Point Lighting and Landscape, since it's fresh in our mind, we just voted on it.
Yes.
We did have a salary of $24,000. And now we're budgeting $120,000 in salary to administer the landscape and lighting district. But that's captured in the fees that are recovered from the lighting and landscaping district?
The landscape and lighting district has captured its fees fully. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, water quality monitoring. No one? Okay, GVMID. Page 124. Okay, sewer.
Wait, going too
Oops.
fast.
Sorry.
Ma'am, you're not giving me the opportunity to say this should be easy, said the Public Works Director, never again.
Right, exactly.
Oh. Oh. Then there's fighting words, sir.
The GVMID indirect costs went up 115,000. Any idea? Can tell us what that is?
So those indirect costs as any costs that go up from the general fund that they're paying for, whether it's central services, it will impact each fund that is getting the indirect fee.
The allocation
Yes.
to all the different departments. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on GVMID? Sewer.
Wait a minute, go back to GVMID.
Okay.
These salaries went up. Could you tell us why on that? Is that water quality testing?
No, ma'am,
No.
we didn't change personnel or team assignments. from one year to the next.
Yeah.
Nowhere near this extent.
Right.
There's something going on with the Resource X and how it realigns things in
Okay.
the budget.
All right. I just wondered if that was a big change, something happened there.
Maybe it had miscalculated from last year. It's
Pretty
pretty
significant.
substantial
Yeah.
if you didn't have any changes.
This is
Just note that as
GVMID.
a-
Yeah.
It looks like to me, it was certainly low in 2022, but the 2023, 24 number is too high. There should be about 2.5 people in there, if I can recall my org chart off the top of my head, so.
And
So The
allocations.
bottom line
And other
is,
allocations.
we haven't changed the number of
Headcount.
personnel
employees,
in
right.
Public Works. It's all the same. It's just a matter of where they get allocated. And we have had, I think, a little bit of a glitch from one year to the next with regards to our new software.
But could this be wrong at a requested budget of 675,000 for salaries and benefits for this department?
So what we do is we will then look at like the total employees cost at the employee level, just to make sure that their numbers are proper, so to speak. And but because it is allocated, you're seeing pieces of them. But when we're reviewing both. So we also look to make sure that each individual looks reasonable. So at the end of all of that review. So hopefully that.
Because we have the same thing under 6130 sewer with a big jump in salaries and benefits.
Exactly.
It looks
Yeah.
similar to
Right.
the previous one.
Right.
And the other,
It just seems out of whack if you only have how many employees you assume you're attributing to GVMID.
2.5 max, ma'am.
does that include you?
Same with landscaping and lighting. To your point, it's 388%.
But then you'll see the drops in others. So, I mean, we could
Utilities is 94%.
do an offset review.
Well, let's see, we might start seeing the numbers go down in other
Yeah.
departments, so.
Well, because water goes up, water quality monitoring, these are all salaries.
Yes.
Okay,
Sierra Point goes up. The place it goes down is landscape maintenance,
right.
but not enough to cover all the other ones.
But that also includes the increases that we had, just regular increases for the year, whether it's salary increase or increase with the workers' comp and general liability components that are allocated. And then any increases we had, like for, like a PERS unfunded liability, that again is also allocated across,
Okay,
so.
thank you for that.
We'll take a fresh look at this and whatever adjustments we need to make in the mid-year, we will make.
Yeah.
But again, it's the same number of personnel. It's just a matter of where they get allocated to.
Right. So utilities, all these are utilities. There's items on the memo regarding utilities. So if there's something you want to bring it up, bring it up.
Are we on 6140? NPDES?
6130 was sewer.
Sewer next.
Oh.
Okay, 6140. Nifty's.
The trash bin can delay,
Yes, ma'am.
but again, we're not showing that as a,
It's not a savings, it's just a delay.
okay.
It is one of those things, I look at it, if you've been out to the Fisherman's Park lately, we really need to have a better way to collect litter out there.
Yeah.
If we put the big bins out there, they go out and fill them up, the contractors come out and use it as a free dumping.
Yeah.
When we
Yeah.
put the little cans, there's debris, so.
Understood.
Okay.
And what is the maintenance structures improvement grounds? It's only 16,000, but it's a 800% increase.
Yes, ma'am. So that is taking on the responsibility to replace the storm drain media filters that were installed with the landmark phase of the Northeast Ridge development.
Okay.
Emergency Operations Center, 6,300.
Easy peasy.
That concludes Public Works.
Ma'am, did you want to take a peek at Marina while you've got me on the hot seat?
Say that again?
Would you like to take a peek at Marina while you've got me on the hot seat? It's page 77, I think.
I don't think so, Randy. I want to go in order of this.
No worries, ma'am. I'll stick
I've been
around.
moving all over this agenda and I don't think I can do anymore. Okay.
I was just following a pattern, ma'am.
The papers over here are all over the place. So you just take it as a break.
He's trying to make it hard.
Okay. That's
We
Public
can't go home,
Works.
you can't go home.
Yeah. So Public Works, there's a lot of other pages here. What? We're not at, we just, yeah, because everything else has been captured. This is just summaries. Now,
Just delay.
delay. We're gonna be spending money in Public Works this year. Okay, so we'll now move on to Park and Rec. We have an amazing pie chart, which everyone is very excited about pie charts, but now we have them. If you have pie chart questions, feel free. In the meantime, we're gonna go to Park and Rec Administration, page 136. And we have a couple items here on the memo. No savings, just delays. Any questions?
So one of my questions on the tot lot was that there was a water heater that went out, I think, at the, are we talking about the tot lot or the Silver Spot?
Tot lot refers to the playground adjacent to Silver Spot.
And the city maintains that?
Correct.
Okay. And what about the maintenance of the building at the Silver Spot?
We have a lease agreement, a joint use agreement or lease agreement with Silver Spot Cooperative Nursery that identifies kind of who is responsible for what level of maintenance. That's actually going to be coming before the council in the fall for renewal. So any major maintenance there, I think we're on the hook for. Anything small like paint, they are responsible for.
Okay.
Okay, recreation facilities.
That's another page.
So when you say you can delay till 2024, so next year for summer field trips?
Yes, because we've already budgeted for this year's field trips. So we've already budgeted based on the existing budget for this summer.
Okay, so you've pre-done them.
Yes.
So you're on the hook for them no matter what?
Yeah, but we've done them within the budget that was allocated for this year. So the request is for next year, next summer.
So trips up to July 1st. That's what you're talking about.
We've budgeted for all of our trips already this summer.
Okay.
Noreen, if you could, what is the difference in the special department expense reduction, 69%?
Yeah, I think that was attributed to one-time expenses that we had in last year's budget that are not ongoing.
Okay, thank you. And the salaries and benefits are up 44%?
Right, again, I think I'm in the same boat as Randy
137.
with that there
Okay,
was.
I'm not on there yet.
Oh.
But we can move there. Recreation facilities. Go ahead.
No, it was Park and Recreation Administration.
Yeah, that's what we
Okay,
were on.
sorry,
Now
I
she's on.
jumped.
She jumped to recreation facilities.
Thought we were done.
So does anyone have anything for administration? If not, we'll let Councilmember Mackin ask her questions for facilities.
Okay, so I got an answer on special department expense.
Okay.
Salaries and benefits, 44%. Increase?
Again, I think I'm with Randy on that one in that it's a system.
Allocation.
Yeah,
It's allocation thing.
right. It's no new staff.
No new staff could be a combination of allocation as well as the actual increases that we're seeing this year.
Yes, pay raises and stuff. Okay. Adult programming.
Wait a minute. Where are you at?
Adults are pretty cheap.
Well, I don't know. I think my youth is, where's my youth? I'm missing youth.
Yeah, youth is next,
It's one
7,003.
prior.
Yeah, I'm missing 138's missing from my packet somewhere. It's okay. So youth. I had it earlier today,
Could you,
somewhere mixed in here.
could you clarify what ages are covered under youth?
0 to 12.
Okay? And under teen, that would be,
13 to 17.
okay. What is contributions?
That's the allocation for the Brisbane School District based on our joint use agreement.
Okay. And an idea, what is special department expense?
So that includes all of our childcare supplies, snacks, T-shirts for summer camp participants, any supplies that are respective to our preschool, after-school camp programs.
And why is that up by almost $14,000?
That was the request for field trips that we're going to defer.
Okay.
Okay, are we good to move on to adult?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions about adult?
Adults are cheap.
Adults are very cheap. Okay, moving on to seniors.
So special department expense under seniors, is that this one item of seniors in Sunrise Room? There's a big jump of $40,000.
So I don't know if Carolina wants to speak to this, but 30,000 of that is just the senior club operations. That's not a new expense. That
Okay.
was not carried over in the system from
It was
last
the
year.
Resource X deal.
Right.
But then it's also a conversion from the contribution, so it's
Right.
offsetting.
Okay.
Yeah.
That gets really misleading.
Special events, we've got that same issue here with Day in the Park.
Correct.
As in,
Wasn't carried over.
do we really need to spend $70,000 for Day in the Park?
No, wait.
It's 26,000 for Day in the Park.
Do we really need to spend 26,000 for Day in the Park?
That's up to the council.
It's really
Yes.
been about that much for a long time. I mean, back when I was on Park and Rec, it was between like 25 to 30, and that was however many years ago, what, 8, 9 years ago? Hasn't really gone up that much considering everything else has been through the roof.
Well, that's the point I think she's trying to make. Everything else has gone through the roof, so maybe we need to find some places to just cut back a little bit. Would it impair the Day in the Park if we just cut back a little bit to save some money? Because the participation is, to me, the biggest part of the Day in the Park.
Well, keeping it the same price, isn't that cutting back? I mean, by that logic, right?
Not when everything else goes up. And some of the things
It is.
that go up are, they're kind of, we don't have a choice.
I don't know. I think staff needs the flexibility.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
I
so-
think that's certainly something we could look at in the
Well, you might
future,
save
but
like
we're,
$3,000. It's like a drop, it's like a,
yeah, we're getting very close to the event this year, so I think it's a little late to pull the rug out.
because that requires a lot of, but a big part of that too, you have to understand is like, it requires a lot of staffing the day up. It's a lot of personnel who are there running games, running activities. You can't have that event without the personnel. It's not just the rentals. It's all the staff costs, which is usually like the biggest thing. But maybe we could really hustle, selling some spots. Do we sell for if you want to have a booth or something?
We do. Yeah, if it's a for-profit entity, then we charge for the booth.
The event also makes money, right? So it's offset. Is this always like?
It is offset, but it's less than $5,000 that we make in revenue for ticket sales. And then the nonprofit groups that are out there, they keep their revenue as fundraisers.
So the 26,000 is including the offset?
No.
Okay,
No.
so that's probably gonna come down then.
Mhm.
There you go, there's $5,000 right there.
I'll take it.
Okay, there, yeah, fine.
So we have seniors again. 26,000 appears after day in the park. I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah, we already did, we did seniors first.
Right.
And now we're on, oh yeah, it's just,
Teens.
it should be subtotal 7,006 special events. It's a typo.
We apologize. That's a typo.
You should just say special, 706 special event. Any more questions about special events? Okay, aquatics.
Teens is next, I think.
What?
Teens.
Oh. Teens. Sorry, teens. So we just go
We
from,
went to a whole different format.
hold on. I'm flipping pages. Okay, teens.
We go from this to that.
Questions? No? Okay. Aquatics.
See, that's not what my,
You missing pages?
Yeah.
I'm looking at 143.
no, there's my 143. Okay.
Any questions on aquatics?
Swimming's expensive.
Yes. Okay, and then we have summary here of basically what's in our, stuff. On,
So I have a question on page 144 or page 71, depending on how you're looking at the pages. Increase to summer field trips. One time to improve safety and supplies for childcare programs. I don't understand how a field trip increases safety and supplies.
Yeah, that description was for the item below it, the storage racks. The increase to summer field trips was to account for additional campers and staff. So that was an error on the spreadsheet.
typo.
And corrected on the memo version. Corrected here. Right.
It's on the memo.
So the following pages are basically summaries of the previous statements.
So the 30,000 one-time sunrise room.
Right.
That's the one that was transferred from contributions. It's not a new allocation.
No, but is that what was the seniors club?
Yes.
And so then you're just giving it to other programs?
We've absorbed the senior club operations essentially since Bonnie stopped overseeing the club. And so it's just, the city is contributing the same amount of money. We're just not paying it out to the senior club, but we're facilitating operations of the club and just doing it internally.
Trips.
So their weekly lunches, their trips, bingo.
But then it's not itemized out.
Correct.
Okay.
So again, the following pages after that are all summaries, and then we have the marina.
Wait, before you go there, what
Yes.
is aquatics replacement spinal?
It's to replace the spinal boards that we have at the pool.
Okay.
The backboards.
The backboards. Right.
Okay. And why do 2 lifeguard umbrellas cost $1,000? Just that one,
That was the estimate that staff got.
$1,000 for 2 umbrellas?
Yeah, I think that they're designed specifically to fit the lifeguard chairs. So they're not standard umbrellas, but we recommended deferring those items.
Sounds like a military contract.
Yeah, it's
once
like our
you buy those
$5,000 trash
chairs.
can for the
Wow.
marina,
Or toilets.
you know?
Yeah.
Everything for our city costs way more than it should. All right. Are we good to move on to the marina now?
No,
No?
just kidding.
Okay. Randy, you're back in.
And happy to be here, ma'am.
Okay. So any questions on the marina?
Basically, the marina runs as a enterprise fund, so it covers its own nut, correct?
Correct.
Yep. Great.
What's the special department expense that went down significantly? Any idea?
I do not know, but I know that the overwhelming majority of that is really the franchise fee that the city charges to the marina. So out of the 180K that's in there, 120,000 of that is the franchise fee. So I don't know why the number went down from 244 to 180.
And out of curiosity, what's the major increase on equipment maintenance? Is that several things or one
It
thing?
is. So on equipment maintenance, it's provision of a marina entrance camera, it's provision of marina management software, and it's installation of anti-backflow inserts. So what we've done in the area that's just west of the walkway, closest to the harbor master's office, we've installed some inserts in those catch basins,
Yes.
which prevent the tide from coming back in and
I've
flooding area.
seen, yeah.
And so we're going to install those further along, further north on the.
And the cameras,
bowling
is that
area.
a security device?
It is. We have cameras throughout the marina right now. The one place we don't have one is at the entryway. And every now and then when we have a little bit of splurge of thefts, what we suspect it is, it's people who are floating in under cover of darkness.
Oh,
And so we want to put a
interesting.
camera out there to catch them.
And what is marina management software?
It's the program specific to our marina that allows you to enter who your clients are in, what dock they're in, and how to bill them on a regular basis. So we bill them for the electricity, we bill them for water, we bill them for their slip fees based on the size slip they're in and the size of their vessel. The program that we have out there right now it's generational. I think it went in when the marina went in. And so it's not even supported anymore.
Okay.
Anyone else on marina? Moving on to library. 7,100. Okay. You have anything on library? Central services. There's a lot of items here on the memo.
What is the professional services? And it denotes purpose. One of them is additional technology service.
So we're considering expanding our tech support to another day. So the total cost for the year would be 140 to add one more day to the support. We're looking at just succession training and also because of the technology project. So that's what we're proposing, but in order to identify some potential savings, we're willing to delay that for 6 months.
So we have tech support, say Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday?
Right now, we have a phone online type support, and then we have a physical, another tech person here on site for 2 days of the week. to help support our staff. So this would just be adding one more day.
Okay.
Anyone else for central services? Congratulations, that's the entire budget. At least, I think. Hold on, let me just make sure. Okay, council discussion. Go ahead.
I would say I really appreciate all the time that was spent in going through this with us and also per department. I did a lot of reading before even going over all the budget in the past couple weeks. And I read a lot. I've got a whole stack here of articles about all the other peninsula cities balancing their budgets. And it reads like a litany of Brisbane because it talks about infrastructure problems, sea level rise, decreased revenues, TOT being kind of anemic, dealing with weather-related costs from January. And one of the other overriding themes that came through, I've got a whole bunch of these if you want to read them, it's like every city in the peninsula, is that they're all using reserves, and it's a little frightening. And then there's a lot of admonitions by a lot of mayors in all these cities going, the economy hasn't bounced back. We think it will, we hope it will, and we're worried because we don't know what we're going to be facing. And we don't know if we're going to have more weather events. And then the other theme that came through was that we need to find more sources of revenue. And I think that's something we need here. Because the complexity of Brisbane since I've lived here 20 plus years is huge. And we have a very sophisticated group of residents that expect services. They like having information. That's a theme that all cities, you read about it, everyone wants things available at their fingertips online, get permits online. And it's the expectations. And I appreciate looking at this. I think we need to set some sort of expectation for ourselves. We did a mid-year budget review not that long ago, almost near the end of the fiscal year. We need to do that earlier, number one. And depending on where we're at, I think we have to be prepared for business as usual may not happen unless we are creative about finding more revenues. And if we look at, developers, the other overriding theme that came through with all these other cities is a lot of developers are delaying projects because the construction costs are so high. And they're just not going there. So cities that relied on impact fees, they're not getting them. San Francisco just reduced their impact fees because the developments aren't happening. So I don't know how we do this. I would just say I would like all of my colleagues to consider, how do we increase revenues in Brisbane? We need to look at that rather than just how we're spending money. Because we lost VWR, the real moved, and we had some really solid revenue sources. And I think we need to put a big focus on that. Or we're going to be in the same boat a year from now. And I understand that Clay, you're recommending going back to 2-year budget. I think we should do a 1-year budget again after this. And that may be your successor, but I would recommend it just as an opportunity to see where we're at because this whole recovery from COVID and the economy may need that. It's going to be awfully hard to do a 2-year budget, just based on what I'm seeing. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Before we get into council discussion, I do actually need to open it up for public comment. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak at this time? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have not received any correspondences.
My hand's up.
Yeah, Michelle Salmon just had her
Oh,
hand up.
okay. Michelle.
Go ahead.
I don't see. Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. You have a lot of really tough decisions in front of you. And I think what Colleen just said is really salient to this discussion because I look at a lot of economic forecast indicators now because of my job, and it's not going to be a pretty picture for a while. And so I think we really need to tighten our belts. And, you know, you say, oh, it's only $3,000 here or $3,000 there. But those small amounts really add up. Overruns really add up. I think right now is a good time to be fiscally conservative. I think that we've weathered some of these things in the past much better than our colleagues in other cities because we've had really good guidance from Stuart and from Clay and from the council. But some of that's not the case now. We're moving forward in a new way. We're gonna have a new city manager. Caroline is doing a great job, but she's not tested the way that Stuart was. And I think being fiscally responsible and conservative is a really good place to be for the city of Brisbane. We've got a lot facing us, and we cannot count on revenues that are not already there. And I also really think that you should do the budget once a year so that, you know, or at least thoroughly review it once a year so you know where you're at and you don't get caught out. So I so appreciate the work you do, and I'm so glad it's not me doing it. But I do really issue a huge caution here. Thank you. And I listened to the whole thing again.
Gold star for you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak at this time?
There are none, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else would like to make a comment?
You know, I have some questions, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, the questions that I wrote down, Colleen, were addressing, you know, that whole issue of you know, are we looking at revenue streams, right? You know, additional revenue streams. And so, you know, one of the things that we had talked about, Clay, in the past, Carolina, you know, was, you know, we have this, you know, biotech, you know, coming into Brisbane, you know, it's expanding. You know, are we still looking at ways to, you know, perhaps do some kind of business license tax, right? That can, you know, get some money from these folks.
Yeah, that's very much on the radar screen. As you know, business license taxes need to go to the voters, and they have to go into the voters at an election in which city council members are up for election. So that would be November of 2024. So
Okay.
I think that's something that is definitely going to be on your calendar to evaluate in, you know, between now and then. And of course, there's a time frame in which you have to actually get it on the ballot, which is like around July, I think. So that's very much one of the things we're going to be looking at.
I think that, yeah.
Cliff, if I could, before you go on, just something else I think is really important there. The idea, I agree with, we've talked about that for almost a year. The other thing I've read is that, and maybe you all have heard, while there's still some biotechs, there's a new one going on Gateway in South San Francisco. There have been at least 2 major biotechs that walked away from their lease, or not their lease, but their mortgage. And they said, we're downsizing. And that is starting to happen. So we also, there's a lot of people very concerned about what's happening with biotech. They're laying off, they're reducing staff. We got one of those notices, I can't remember what you call it, about staffing reductions. So we can't rely on that either. I think when I talked about revenue generating, and you would know this, there are things at Brisbane, it's our character that we're good at. And I think we need to identify those things. And that's what we project, and that's what we try to attract. Find some tangible things that we can convince people, like we have Ample and Harvest doing research and say, you want to be here. This is a great place to be. But then we need to find out how within business taxes, we actually can help support the city. So I appreciate your bringing that up.
Something of note, I think though, like Crocker is like 98% full.
Exactly.
Or there's not, it's like almost completely full, or maybe there's a few spaces available, but we're at like the highest, one of the highest occupancy rates we've ever had. And really that speaks to us having industrial. A lot of cities are turning their industrial into biotech. They're turning their industrial into housing, which is floated at this council all the time to turn part of our industrial park into housing. So, you know, you're able to attract these sales tax generators like the Real when you have industrial spaces. So it's also our tourism is down. I feel like if tourism was at pre-pandemic levels and we were having conferences, we might not be in a $1.9 million deficit. That's tanking us big time. So, you know, I think that that's a discussion for another day, is like coming up with a strategy of how we want to look at other revenue sources. There's also cannabis. Cannabis is another area that you can tax. But at this moment in time, we need to adopt a budget tonight so that we can have something by July 1st. So staff's recommendation is to adopt the budget as it stands with a review at the 6-month mark to determine whether those on hold items can be given the green light. And I would, we have a hand raised from the public. Michelle Salmon, you have 1 minute. We are getting close to having to extend this meeting.
Sorry, it's not me.
Oh, okay. You didn't unraise your hand?
Sorry, I brushed something across the computer. I'm working on a project.
Okay. So I would entertain a motion.
So,
Madam Mayor, did you open the public hearing on this matter? I know you took
Madam
public
Mayor,
comment, but maybe
Oh,
you
we
should.
have to move on to item L.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the workshop. Now moving on to item L. Consider adoption of resolution to approve the budget fiscal year 2023, 2024. Are we doing another staff report? Okay. I'm presuming we're just moving on to more discussion versus workshop. So does anyone have any questions? No. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll open.
I'm good. I'm ready for a discussion.
Okay, I gotta move to item L. So I gotta open the public hearing. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak at this time?
motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I have no public comment at this time.
Do I have a second to close the public hearing?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. Okay, now we will have council discussion. You were saying something?
I was just going to say that I really appreciate the work staff did from the last workshop we had and the consideration that the departments have given and the suggestions on delayed items where I can feel a little better about the going into reserves than I did before. I really think we need to try to figure out how to tighten our belts further. And I think that's going to be really obvious when we get to the 6-month point and we're looking at what our actuals are. And I think that there's going to be a lot of hard decisions that come out of that. And and I think everybody can't expect to have the pony. It's not going to be ponies for everybody. You know, it's going to be that we're going to need to tighten our belts. And, you know, maybe I'm wrong and our windfall will come in, but it does concern me tremendously to go into the reserves that we're going to need to pass this budget, and also the, you know, additional reserves to take care of our storm drains. So, you know, and that's not even going into where our unfunded liabilities are, which we didn't even breach in this discussion. So anyway, that's my comment, and I'll leave it to anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to look at tightening our belts, but we can also look at how you either spend less money or make more money. So, you know, I think as a council, we need to start thinking strategically about how we're gonna make more money. I think there's only so much you can cut. Like, it's just not feasible. You have to figure out ways to generate more revenue. That's what's gonna sustain you for long periods of time. It's not reducing expenses that's really gonna get you there. You're just gonna be in a hard spot every year. But if we can figure out how to generate more money in a way that makes sense for our community, right? Like, you don't wanna just throw up, you know, huge developments because you're looking for money. But if we can start thinking about ways that we can generate money that
Continuous revenue streams.
continuous revenue streams that align with our community, that's going to put us in a better spot. And you know, it really speaks to, like, I think that overall, like, we're rather diversified. If you see, like, a city like Anaheim, right? So much of that budget is tied up in conventions and in tourism. And so they get really hard hit when things like COVID happen, or, you know, so at least with us, we have quite a different array of revenue streams, and the more diversified we can be, the better it's going to be for us in the long term. So in the interim, do I have a motion to adopt the budget?
I would just want to add a comment to what you said.
Sure.
It's difficult to expand your economic base overnight. So sometimes you really do have to cut the expenses.
Oh, absolutely.
For that transition.
Sure.
It's a tough situation. The other thing I would mention is that in terms of our reserves, and we can all just say, well, that's what they're there for. But again, I'm going to go back to cities in the peninsula have a lot more reserves than Brisbane. And they're using a lot less of their reserves, which is why I just want to make it clear that, speaking for myself, I take it very seriously when we're dipping into reserves as we are to balance this. So I think going forward, we've got to be really lean and careful. And really, I would ask every department, please think about your expenses.
Yeah, you know, I just want to thank Madison, Terry, you know, for meeting with staff and doing that extra digging into the budget and coming up with, you know, a solution that felt comfortable for you, and also provided, I think, additional information, you know, for all of us. I think the 6-month, you know, evaluation makes sense because we'll have actuals. Right now, we're just looking at budgeting. And so having that information, I think, will be really helpful. You know, last year, inflation was at 9%. Now it's at 4%. It's still too high. You know, how does that, you know, work for how our budget plays out over the course of the year? I'm not sure, right? But we'll get a good snapshot 6 months from now. And I agree with you about the, you know, finding additional revenue streams. That's important. But we also have to be smart about how we spend the money. And, you know, just looking at, you know, how our department heads have spent the money over the course of, since I've been on the council. They've done a really good job with it. And, you know, some of the corporate accounts that we work with, many times get towards the end of the year, I got to spend this money, right? And use it or lose it. And we don't do that. And that's why many times when we're looking at the budget the next year, we have those monies, that money in the reserves because our department head spent the money, in a prudent manner. And so, but it doesn't mean that we can't, reiterate that, right? And I'm glad that you did, Colleen. So, yeah, so I would make a motion to move forward with.
I have a comment before we do.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So there's one thing that we haven't mentioned tonight, the fact that COVID ended, we went into a storm, and it was like a double whammy.
Yeah.
It took every bit of energy that we had left to get through that. So we're all tired. Everybody's tired. And so people are just starting to emerge from all of this stuff. And the hope is that they will start coming back to visit us. The hotels will fill up again, and that tourism will pick up in the next few months because people have just been side-slapped so many times that I think they're just getting the energy to pick it up. So from a positive perspective, my hope is that some of our natural ability to attract money via our hotels, et cetera, will just naturally come. And our next 6-month look at this will be a little bit rosier, but my belt is already super tight. And I think that's where we need to be. You're right.
Well, the other point here is that staff has been historically very conservative when putting together the budget, and almost always we budgeting for a loss, and then all of a sudden we end the year in a really great financial position, and we have some profit. So we can't count our chickens before they hatch. We don't have the money until we have the money. But if things play out as they historically have, hopefully we won't have to have as difficult of a conversation in 6 months as we may anticipate at this time. Either way, we'll have real information, real data to work with at that moment. So I think there's two motions to make here. And Michael, let me know if you need them separately. But one is to adopt the annual budget for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 and making appropriations for the amounts budgeted for the city, the successor agency, and a housing authority, and to adopt the Guadalupe Valley Municipal Improvement District resolution, adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 and making appropriations for the amounts budgeted.
I would suggest that we do that in two separate resolutions, just because it's the budget and it just seems more appropriate to do it that way.
Okay, so I will restate it then. And then if somebody wants to, I'll make the motion to adopt a resolution adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 and making appropriations for the amounts budgeted for the city, the successor agency, and housing authority.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz.
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin.
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye. And resolution number 2, adopt Guadalupe Valley Municipal Improvement District resolution adopting the annual budget for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 and making appropriations for the amounts budgeted.
Second.
Board Member Cunningham.
Aye.
Board Member Lentz.
Aye.
Board Member Mackin.
Aye.
Board Member O'Connell.
Aye.
And Chair Davis.
Aye. Okay. We will now move on to staff reports. Hopefully that's the next thing because my agenda's all over the place, but I think we're at item T.
Yeah, I've got a very long report tonight.
Oh, fantastic.
No, you don't.
Just a reminder that our next city council meeting is not until September 21st, and the 4th of July is coming up on Tuesday. And just a reminder to everybody that fireworks are not legal in Brisbane.
Okay. Item U, countywide assignments and subcommittee reports.
I'm going to start this off. This is sort of a follow-up to the last meeting that I had with the SFO roundtable. I have talked with our citizens noise group, and they would like to do a response to the FAA's request for their noise questionnaire and survey. They are hoping that we can work using the roundtable's letter as a beginning basis and some of their arguments about noise and how it affects people on the ground. And then our own experiences here in Brisbane with the departure noise predominantly and how it affects our citizens and how it should be measured and regulated and hopefully reduced. We won't be able to bring that letter back from that subcommittee working group to the council before the letter is due. So I think that we'll work with staff and hopefully be able to put, have it come from the city. And we just sort of want to get your buy-in on that. We're not going to call anybody bad names or throw anyone under the bus, but I just wanted to let the council know we will be doing that and go from there. I'm sure that staff would be happy to circulate it to the members of this council before we send it out if there's anything that you feel is possibly inappropriate.
May I ask you, previous council meeting, you mentioned that the FAA was going to be circulating a survey. Is there any chance that that has started, or could you get a link that maybe we could include in the blast so that the residents can actually?
It is a survey and it's open to everyone. A lot of it is very technical in how they are requesting the information. And they say they're going to be listening to everyone, but yes, I'm sure that I can get a link to that. I'm pretty sure it's on the SFO Roundtable website, but I will make sure that the city has a link to that to be able to move forward.
Thank you.
Other than that, on subcommittees, I did have the SFO work plan, sub-technical working group, and we worked on what we'll bring back to the group at the next meeting as far as a work plan for the next year. And we had a North County Fire Authority meeting last night where we approved their budget and got their report. And thank you to all our police and fire and the North County Fire Authority for all they do here.
Karen and I had a meeting with the 2x2, with the school board, just talking about programming, the ways in which the city communicates openings for things like sports teams, classes. There was interest in learning what enrichment activities are available at the elementary school level, what's available at the middle school level, and then why so many of our sports taper off at the high school level. This is because kids generally play high school sports at their high school. And so there's not the demand there at the park and rec level. Also, at 13 years old, for example, in baseball, it becomes a draft. So you have to try out through the league, which is our league is South City, because that's where it gets like ultra competitive. And so that's why it's not housed within Park and Rec. It's part of the actual league itself. We talked about after school programming at Littman, after school programming at BES. We talked about how it's becoming difficult to fill certain sports teams. And it's a combination of things. It's the fact that we can't offer the same amount of sports teams that we could offer, let's say 10 years ago, because the amount of students is drastically less. When I was in my 8th grade class, or my class, throughout Littman was about 75 students or more, 75 to 80. We had 3 8th grade classes. Now it's like 38 students. So you don't have enough students to make teams like you used to be able to. There's also so many more offerings, like the club, after school club at Lippman Middle School. There's just like an array of classes you can take that are free because the city pays for that instead of the teen center. So there's a lot more competition for, after school time, essentially, whereas generations before of Brisbane middle schoolers, they really only had sports or Brisbane Dance Workshop. Now there's all these extra offerings provided by the school in conjunction with the city. So you're just not going to get, a volleyball team necessarily of all 8th grade girls, for example. So there's things now there are teams that are co-ed. There are teams that are combining grade levels. So like 6th and 7th grade, for example, to get enough kids to have a team. Sometimes you can have a team, but there's not enough kids who are joining teams in other cities to make a league where you can actually be competitive and play. Therefore, the season doesn't happen. So anyway, we just had a pretty in-depth discussion about all of those offerings and the ways that people find out about them. And, if you'd like to know when to sign your kid up for certain programs, please sign up for the city manager's blast and also engage with the activity guide because that has all the deadlines. So a lot of the feedback was like parents just don't know what the deadlines are. And so in fact, there's so many more ways in which we communicate to parents that we didn't in the past. In fact, we send Park and Rec personnel to the schools to literally recruit kids to sign up for classes. So we're very engaged in the way that we reach out. But, you can only do so much. And we've also encouraged principals of our schools to send out information to parents when they do their regular email blasts. So that's what we discussed. You want to add anything to that?
No, just that, like everybody else, the parents are busy. And so they're not necessarily reading their emails, but we can't spoon feed them. And people just have to be, jogged along a little to bother to read the emails that we send with all of the information. There was a request for us to print all of this information to put in the Thursday packets at the schools. And I said that wasn't our responsibility. That was the responsibility of the schools to do that. But we'd be happy to send along all of our electronic links, which I'm sure Noreen and her staff already do. So that was that. And it's just, we're all so busy that you miss things. I miss things all the time.
I'm going to make a motion to extend this meeting to 10:35.
Yeah.
Second.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Aye.
Councilmember Lentz?
Aye.
Councilmember Mackin?
Aye.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Aye.
Mayor Davis?
Aye. Does anyone have anything else?
I
they'd
do.
like to report? Okay.
Public art meeting on Monday was exceptional. The public art committee is very motivated. They're very positive. They have great ideas. And the big topic that was on the table, which excited basically everybody, hopefully Randy's crew now, because we're looking to find some retired plugs to find new locations to put our hydrants around the city. And that was a very robust and very positive discussion. And it's now back in Noreen's lap. So that was great.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting and big milestone, PCE signed a contract for wind power, a company called Sunzia Wind. It's a project in New Mexico. It's enormous. It's over 1 million acres of private and state-owned land. It's northeast of Albuquerque. It's a 15-year contract, and the significance is it'll provide 30% of PCE's clean energy, most importantly, electricity at nighttime when solar isn't available. And this is the direction PCE is going now, is to try to round out the power portfolio so that there's power at night. This is, again, going towards the goal of providing renewable energy each and every hour of the day by 2027. And just a reminder that has come up is that some people don't understand who Peninsula Clean Energy is. It was created by Peninsula communities to provide lower cost electric power that's clean. It's nonprofit. There's no shareholders. That means any profits go right back into programs. Those programs benefit our communities. It's better for the planet. It's better for your pocketbook. And for anyone who hasn't done it, you might want to check out the PCE website. There's a lot of programs and rebates that are available to you because essentially you own it. So thank you.
Councilmember Lentz?
Nothing to report.
Okay, written communications?
We received communications from Jeremy Spitz from PG&E regarding PG&E Power Asset Acquisition Project, SECO update.
You know, I do want to say one thing. The memorial for Dan Sorrentino, it was such a beautiful memorial for him. I mean, we filled up the Mission Blue Center, and there were some great speakers, and it was just a real honor to just be in the room and just and feel that energy and that love for someone who made big difference in our community.
And Dan would be proud that I wanted to go and couldn't even get near it. There was a traffic jam and no parking. You would have to hike from Valley Drive.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wisely texted someone who said there's standing room only. You can't even get in the building.
Yeah.
So what a tribute that many people, he touched that many lives.
Impressive.
Yeah, very impressive.
I was out of town. I was sad to miss it, but I had a feeling that it was going to be like that. So, okay, we're needing to do oral communications number 2. Anyone wishing to speak? Hand raised from Michelle Salmon. Make it quick, please.
Yes, we wouldn't have such late meetings if we had more of them. I can't believe you're not meeting again for 12 weeks. That's 3 months. And there are a lot of things that the city council needs to, only the city council can decide on. I don't understand why summer vacation or, time off went from August to 3 months. That I know you work hard and the city works hard, but 3 months without a council meeting is really too long. I think you all need to reevaluate that. Because I've lived here since we first had a city council. It used to be once a week, and God forbid you should miss one. But 3 months is a really long time without a city council meeting, and then there'll be more missed in December through the holidays. So that's a problem, and I hope you guys address it. But thank you for all of your work, and I do appreciate all that you do. 3 months is a long time.
When's our next city council meeting? We're meeting July 6th. That's a interview, and then that's not a regular council meeting.
Yeah.
And when's our next meeting?
September
9/21.
I'm asking the city. I'm asking the city manager.
It's September 21st. We normally do have a meeting in July, but we had a number of items that we needed to get done before the end of the calendar year or the fiscal year. And that's why we had this meeting tonight. We've had 3 meetings in June. So
Correct.
that was kind of the schedule got truncated into June. So it's what it is in terms of September, but it's also because you had extra meetings in June.
Thank you. Okay, I will now adjourn this meeting at 10:37 in memory of Evangelina Delgadillo Macias and Walt Long.